Alright. So, I just... let's see... Alright. Right now, I realized... Ooh, crack on my neck. I realized that, maybe making a character sheet is something I should do in pastime. Right now, I'm just probably gonna make one character at a time, which is definitely tedious, but it's better than nothing, you know? And honestly, I'd rather do one bit at a time. Also, I figured out how to get the royalty-free music and whatnot. Turns out all I needed, I just searched up Kevin MacLeod and put him as the background. You know, you can never go wrong with Kevin, good old Kevin MacLeod. I guess the real thing is that you gotta credit your music and such if you don't have the license for it. And some are royalty-free, meaning you can use them without a license, which under the Creative Commons Act in America. But I'm not in America. But the law still applies. You know? Yeah, so we're just stuck with this annoying music in the background because, yeah, if you check out the last stream, a couple parts got muted because they had copyrighted music, which Spotify turned out lied to me. And I probably need to take down the past 2 live streams on Twitch. Yeah, alright. So, I am still working on the other thing right now, but I'm just gonna work on a single character at a time. I'm thinking about doing either one of my OCs from, what's it called? Probably, I'm either gonna do another Damien because he's like somebody I know how to draw pretty well. The only thing is I don't like how tiny the screen is. If only I could rotate it somehow. If only there was a way to rotate the screen. That's the thing, my tablet isn't a touchscreen, it's a pen tablet, meaning it doesn't... I don't get why I need rulers. The only reason... Oh, actually that's kind of helpful. Actually, no, that means I have to look all over the place. I don't... Guides? What does that mean? That doesn't mean a thing. Ooh, I don't like the way that looks. Huh. So right now I'm just messing with the view. Of course it's going to show the pixel grid, but oh well. I'm used to working in small spaces, so... Well, I'm not a cave diver, but in terms of art, I'm good at working in small spaces. I could also just zoom in too. But when I zoom in, I mess up the proportions, as you can already tell. Yeah, I don't know if I should add any riveting conversation. I don't remember what I was talking about last time. I guess I'll just start somewhere and then talk about something. I don't know. Iced tea. I've been drinking a lot of it lately, which is probably not the healthiest thing, but it's like, I mean, like, I don't have any milk or anything that I could drink or something like that, so, I mean, like, honestly, I should just be drinking normal water, which would be more healthy, but, you know, iced tea is so addicting. Also because I put copious amounts in. I'll admit, I'm not a perfect person. I too partake in the overdosing of iced tea into one's drink. Had to find the right word for that. And I'm sure just about everybody does that. If not, well, then that would be a revelation to me. Think about just doing this basic reference. With some basic coloring and whatnot. I really want to... I'm going to be honest, I really want to do a dynamic pose. But it's like... Do I really want to do a dynamic pose? I mean, like... It is, like, you know... cool and whatnot, but at the same time... I don't know. Dynamic poses require effort, and right now I'm just trying to... Actually, I do have plenty of time, now that I think about it, but at the same time, I'm lazy. Actually, I don't have anything to do. Might as well lock in. Oh yeah, I forgot to put on my timer. 30 minutes, and then stretch. Yeah, I guess if you're watching this stream, you're either putting it on as background music. I mean, not background music, background sound. Or you're intently watching me draw, which is one of the most boring things that you can do. Yeah, the Monday stream. It's a bad case of the Mondays. Oh, I gotta move him up a bit. More like a lot, because there's a lot of space left on the canvas. The art fight this year is probably going to be intense. I have a feeling it's going to be quite intense. Jeez, that's loud. That's louder than me, and I don't want it to be louder than me because I'm more important than the music. I'm kidding. Well, I'm partially kidding, but you know. Anyways, if you just joined the stream, we're just making art for the art fight. Right now I'm working on Damien, one of my OCs. Just blocking out the shape. This is just a basic reference for now. Oh, you didn't miss much. We basically worked on all of this. And that's about it. Nothing really you missed. And that's a reference sheet, but yeah. And right now we're just working on a simple version, quote unquote, in quotation marks, simple. As simple as I can, as my mind will allow me to make it. Because, you know, I can't for the love of me make something just simple. Also, I never used to just do rough sketches before. I was just went like right in, like, you know, that's how I always draw my little guy. Or my persona, I guess. Even though it's literally just a cartoon version of me, it's not really a persona. Yeah. And I would do I really want to do a dynamic pose, but it's just like, this is just for a placeholder until I can make something better. And honestly, I don't really mind placeholders anyways. I mean, like, on my straw page, there's one placeholder that's been there for like 2 months. I have yet to kill him. I have yet to remove him and make a better one. Now it's locked. I like thicker line weights. It's more cartoonish. And if you know me, I like cartoons. Or cartooning. Well, cartoons and cartooning. So now all we gotta do is just follow the lines. How hard can that be? Whoops. My bad. Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. My bad. Alright, I'm gonna do it for real this time. Also, since there's not much riveting conversation quite yet, I recommend just putting this on as background while you do something. Because honestly, there's not much going on right now. Unless you're one of my enemies watching me do art for the art fight. Then that's espionage! And you will be eradicated swiftly tomorrow when the art fight starts. I'm excited for the art fight. This is my first art fight, so hopefully I do well. I know it's going to improve my digital art skills for sure because, well, I'm going to be doing mostly digital art. Also, thank Kevin MacLeod, our Lord and Savior of royalty-free music. We thank him for monkeys spinning monkeys and other music that we can put in the background of our music. Not an enemy, but you are on my hit list. I'll keep that in mind. Last time, I think last stream, most of it is muted on Twitch, and I deleted the last stream because it didn't want it to get copyright claimed. Well, I didn't want to get a copyright strike on YouTube, so you can't find the last stream, and most of the last stream on Twitch is muted because it has copyrighted music, despite Spotify saying copyright free. I didn't know certain Beethoven tracks were copyrighted, but then again, depending on who performed them, the orchestra, that will probably affect what's the word? The holder of the intellectual property rights to such pieces, which is quite stupid considering. I mean, like, you're just rehashing something and then how can you put a copyright on something that's technically now open domain? That's what I'm wondering. Like, that's not how it works? Question mark? Because I'm not sure if that's not how it works. All these legal laws of bureaucratic bullcrap. But then again, without the bureaucratic bullcrap, we probably wouldn't be standing in a democracy. Democracy. Yeah, they put a little spin on it sometimes. I just realized the music stopped. I need to put it on loop. Yeah, all you gotta do with good old Kevin MacLeod is you just gotta make sure you credit him. Because of the... Oh yeah, that's what they do. Yeah. I'm probably gonna have to put a trigger warning on this in the Artfight website. Because it contains a little gore. Gore, not glore. It's just a placeholder. Keep on getting emails. Stop. Oh, follow me on Twitch. Thanks, Sentient Tree. Sometimes people wander in sporadically. They just wander in, you know, like... And then I get like, oh, jump in viewers. And then it's like, oh, wait, they're gone now. Which is sad, but at the same time, it is a tough world out there. So, and I'm just a wee little streamer doing wee little things. I mean, like, I'm not doing it for the views anyways. I'm just doing it for fun. Which is the important part. I mean, honestly, I don't care if people... Yeah, the light gore filter. Yeah, so honestly, I don't care if people just... I don't care if people don't follow me or anything, or don't subscribe, or don't like my videos. Heck, I don't even care if they dislike the videos. I just would rather them have fun or do whatever they want. I honestly don't mind. I mean, like, honestly, knowing psychology and stuff, that might change in the future if I get bigger, in which I hope not. I hope that I don't become one of those people that only think about the money rather than having fun, because those people are like Mr. Beast. And I don't like Mr. Beast. To the disbelief of many 12-year-olds everywhere. Oh. His hand is a little too thick, but it'll have to do. I don't think anybody above the age of 13. Yeah, I agree. His content is what I like to call ADHD content. So basically what it is, it's loud in your face all the time. And yeah, excited. Basically, that's how old YouTubers used to do it too. You know, like Jacksepticeye with his top of the morning TLADs, and people like Markiplier, who were always like crying out loud or yelling. It's just good fun. Except Mr. Beast weaponizes it to use it as a money maker. And that's something I do not like, because you're using small kids who don't know anything about the world. Well, basically anything. Yeah, I've been sitting for a while. Watch. You don't know anything, and then, yeah, basically, yeah, it's just weaponizing content. It's no longer about fun. Just as Jacksepticeye said, it's no longer about fun, it's about making money. And that's why I don't care if you subscribe or anything. I don't care if you follow me. It's not about follows, it's about having fun. And that's what it should always be about. Because, you know, people like Queso and those guys, they don't care if it's like, if honestly, Queso is a good example of this, because even though he gets called fat all the time, he runs along with it, because he honestly gets some creative, very creative insults, and I think he actually enjoys those insults. Honestly, some people can't handle it. Some of them are really good, honestly. His community is creative in all the wrong ways, but it's honestly enjoyable to watch Queso, because even though he's sometimes, actually I don't even watch him all the time, but Queso is still enjoyable in general to watch. Like, the only reason I don't watch him is because, well, I really don't have the time to sit through like his hours of content. Like, that would, you know that, you know the meme of the dad from Coraline? I think I could pull it up here. Here. Come on. Here we go. You know this guy? One by one Lego brick. Yeah, that one was crazy. Queso is the embodiment of the old YouTuber style, or the old streamer style, either or. And that's what makes him so much fun to watch, because he's generally not in it for the money. He's just there to have a good time. And he sets out what he achieves. And, well, I mean, no, wait, the other way around. Yeah, one where he sat on the computer. Yeah, that would be me going through all the content, because I'm like, because I can't, just, even, because I am ADHD, right? I mean, like, I can sit down and do all this fun stuff. And I can sit down for hours and watch a video, but it all depends on the content of the video. And more often than not, his videos are usually just slow burn. I mean, like, sometimes slow burn is fun. I mean, like, okay in certain situations. Like, horror, for example, is good slow burn. Dependent on the horror, as long as it's not something screaming in my face, because something screaming in my face is bound to get me and not actually scare me for a while. While psychological horror is meant to psychologically torture you. Take it how you will. Anyways, yeah, I can't do slow burn very well. I'm either right to the point or yeah, I'm not doing this. Not entirely. Some things require build up to get to the point. And I don't know. I'm just going off on random tangents. Just like how I did in my essays. I don't know how I passed high school, man. But I locked in for my finals. Or for my, I guess my diplomas would be the correct term. Anyways. It's coming along great. I might do some other Artfight streams. If I get attacked, pray I don't get attacked while I'm still vulnerable. I don't have any defenses or anything. I might have to upload some old placeholders. Alright, that's good. I just ignored this hand because I was like I would. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, what I mean is I don't have any characters. I'm still doing one. So that's like so I better pray I don't get attacked is what I'm saying, really. I mean, like, it's not that bad, but I do revenge and whatnot. So if I do get attacked, I have to, well, depends. I might take revenge. I might not. Depends on how merciful I'm feeling. Also, I got a quieter keyboard, so I mean, like, it's on my lap right now because my drawing tablet. Yeah, that would make sense. I'm thinking about doing pencil shading type. Yeah, I figured. I'll just do some basic colors. Oh my gosh, that's black. Well, that's not even... Was I not using black the entire time? Was I using light gray? No! Ah! Well, it's not that bad. But it is a bit annoying. That's too bright of a blue. Also, since I'm new to digital art, I still have a lot to learn. Hopefully some other creators will be kind enough to give me tips. And if they don't, well, I don't know what a clipping mask is. Like, I understand it clips or something, but other than that, it's like, yeah, I don't know. What what I just do is I take this and I just color in, basically blocking in the shapes. Right now I'm just going to do rough coloring. Yeah, because I don't want to... I want to get some of these done real quick. Like, obviously, some of the more important character... Obviously, I'm going to be doing more ref sheets and whatnot in between attacks. But for now, I'm just basically drawing the basics of the characters. Yeah. No, that's not the size I want. Here we go. It's a good thing my pencil skills from penciling, drawing, penciling carries over. So I know when to go tiny, when to put a little pressure. You know, I got this tablet for a steal off Amazon. Obviously, it was a third-party seller because the main sellers wouldn't have sold it. Yeah, I don't have any idea how Krita works either. I just searched free drawing software, and Krita was the #1 top answer. Yeah. But I got this drawing tablet for a steal, like $89 off of Amazon from a third-party seller. I think they bought too many off of Amazon, the person who bought them, and had nothing, didn't want them. Like, obviously the person who had them had lots of money to spare because they were like $170 or $130 at least from the original seller. So the fact that they were willing to give them away is quite interesting. I should have drawn the hair first, because then it would have looked like the hair is over top of the skin rather than the skin being over top of the hair. Yep, 89. Well, plus shipping and all that stuff, it was actually more like $110. But it was still a steal, because it came the next day. Nope, it came on Saturday. Yeah, I don't know who in their right mind would undersell it, because it was, for its original price, it was a pretty expensive tablet. And the one I got was pretty much fresh out of the package. Clearly, whatever the person wanted in it, they didn't get. Oh yeah, I could. But I'm a person who works with few layers as possible since I'm a pencil artist, you know? Also, his face is too long, but I don't really care anymore. Because if you notice, I have a big discrepancy between my art. A lot of the times it changes on the daily. I mean, like, just look at my avatar compared to this little guy. I mean, like, you can definitely tell there's differences, but this guy looks a little less, well, I mean, like, he is a little more detailed if you look closely. He has a lot of shading and whatnot. This guy right now just looks like, I'm gonna put it plainly, he looks like dog shit. But that's okay with me. I don't really care. It's not about the jury. It's not a Well, it is about the product, but it's not about the quality of the product. I mean, like, I would appreciate a good quality product, but that's not the point. I just need to get this. Yeah, quantitative, I guess, is the term. I need this to be more quantitative than qualitative. I mean, like, of course I'm going to do shading and whatnot, but this is just rough coloring. As described in the rules. As described in Section 5 of the rule. I don't know if it's Section 5 or not. I haven't brushed up on them quite yet. I mean, like, I was brushing up on them pretty much all day yesterday and looking at examples and whatnot. Exactly. Art is an experience, not a product. Unless you're an art critic. In which case, you're stupid and don't deserve to be here. Well, actually, no, not an art critic. What I mean is an art interpreter. I hate art interpreters. They make some of the most bullcrap stuff up when the original artist, but probably wasn't even feeling that. He was like, yeah, I just need to make something. Well, maybe I'll just make a square with like a circle in it, just like all these other guys are doing. And yeah, what do you know? You get modern art. Modern art is just lazy, in my opinion. You can get no lazier than modern art. Oh, my watch timer is going off to tell me to get up and stretch. I'll get up and stretch once I finish this stain. Don't want to get the carpal tunnel. The dreaded carpal tunnel. Yeah, some contemporary art is good. It is of good quality. It means, so like sculptures, for example, they're pretty much of good quality because sculptures take a lot of time, especially putting on finishes and stuff. I mean, like there's certainly some low quality sculptures where somebody just welded two pieces of metal together and called it a day. But there are definitely some well deserving products of praise. Well, no, products well deserving of praise. But there are a lot of paintings and drawings and stuff where basically just somebody put like some painter's tape together and put some painter tape on a canvas, made a square, made a couple of other probable shapes, and then like painted it over with a single color, like the base color you get in like an acrylic set or something like that. And that's something that I don't like. Those things, that type of art is what annoys me. It's like there's some art that's just lazy. Like I can make modern art, right? Anybody could make modern art. It's just modernism isn't very hard to do. I mean, like, there's also definitely hard art, hard modernist art to make, but it's not that hard to make a square. I guess, yeah, that is the point of art. Like, consider that banana taped to a wall. You remember that? That artist was probably making a commentary on modern art as a whole, because he just didn't, I mean, like, either, it felt like a commentary, honestly, because it felt like he was commenting on the state of modern art, rather than modern art itself. Like, and then some random dude ate the banana. Yeah. I mean, like, the only thing I don't like about certain aspects of art is... The only reason I don't like certain art is because some art is not made to, like, actually do anything. What I mean is, like, it's not made to be art. It's made to make money. And that's not fun. Well, I mean, like, commissions are for artists. I mean, like, commissions are okay with me because, I mean, like, actually, what I hate is low-quality art selling for high prices because of the name behind the art. That is what I don't like. Because there's no effort, no thought. At least it seems there's no thought. And like some artists, like myself, I definitely put a lot of thought into my art and feelings and whatnot. Pour my heart and soul into it, except for like OCs and characters and whatnot. That's just more for fun. I love doing all that stuff for fun rather than for like the art point. But it's laudable, at least in my opinion, that yeah, it is pretty based, but I mean, like, who can blame me? I mean, like, I am a pretty based person, but that doesn't mean my opinions are rigid. The thing is, like, a lot of based people, I guess, quote unquote, if we're using the term based for people who are conservative or don't like something or whatever, in general, I'm not stubborn and unwilling to change. I mean, like, I can take opinions and values and stuff and actually genuinely listen to a person's side of a story rather than judge based on one sentence or as an over-exaggeration, I guess. Because, honestly, I would rather listen and hear someone talk than argue with someone who doesn't want to change their opinion. Because it's more appealing to come to a conclusion than to go nowhere at all. I guess what I'm saying is it's more enjoyable to have a point than have a conclusion, have a happy ending or an ending at least to an argument or a debate. Because I'd rather not, I mean, like, yeah. I mean, like, I'd rather be proven wrong than not be proven anything because the other person simply is unable to change their opinion. Or to see my side, or to give any other opinions or any reasoning behind their opinions. I mean, that's how debates work. Debates and stuff like that. You just give each other pretty much opposing arguments, supporting evidence, and if somebody's argument is more valid than yours, then you should listen to their argument. In a perfect world, that is. That's not to say that all people would do that, because a lot of people won't. But after so much time listening to other people, you get good at it. I mean, like, so many other people have so many other interesting things to say rather than me, then that's why I don't particularly say much in terms of our quote-unquote IRL, or in real life conversations. Because I'd rather listen to everybody and then offer my opinions and whatnot, or ideas, or takes, or 2 cents, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, like, that's the whole point of listening. To hear somebody's whole side of a story, and then offer your thoughts of it on it. Right? I mean, like, listening... My younger brother, Chris, he can listen, and he just turns his brain off sometimes. Like, he can listen, and he won't remember a single thing you've said, which is particularly annoying. But since he has this selective hearing, this capability for it, I have had multiple conversations with Christopher. I've had long conversations with him, and he just nods and says, mm-hmm. And then I'm explaining something to him, and then I say, so do you understand what I'm saying? And he's like, and then I say, and he's not paying attention, and I'm like, Chris, and he finally looks at me, and then, you know what he does? He's like, huh? And I'm like, I put my hand on my forehead, and I just, he just does not care. Honestly, it's in his nature to not care. But then again, it's like, he is just one of those people, and I don't blame him. No, that's it. I just don't blame him. I don't blame anyone else either. I mean, there are a lot of people I could blame for other things, but on all honesty, more often than not, the thing is that a lot of issues come down to another individual. And that is unfortunate. And what I mean is, well, not another individual. A lot of personal issues, although we want, as much as we'd like to not take the blame for our own deeds and misgivings, is because we feel, I don't even know what I was saying anymore. I was just checking out what I was doing, and I was like, what? This doesn't make it. I need to change the filter tool on this. The tool, I guess I want it to burn. No, that's not right. I want it to, color dodge is not the right one. Divide. Nope, that's not it. I still don't know what any of these mean. I guess multiply means dark. I don't even know what all these mean. Multiply, erase, darken, addition. I mean, like, some of them obviously mean some of the same things, I would think. That's the thing. I'm not a digital artist. I have no idea. All the shading I did was by pencil. I have no clue how to do any of this stuff, so I'm kind of in the dark here, so. Darken doesn't seem to, no, that's not what I want, though. I want it to basically darken the actual color, which is not, I guess burn might work the best. Multiply? Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot to color that in. I'll just add another layer, drag this under for the lab coat. and lock it for now. Well, this doesn't seem to be working. The alpha lock is just making things look worse. I thought I got rid of the alpha lock. Thank God for Kevin MacLeod. He has some background music for me. Because if you've noticed, which I doubt you have. Oh no, I pressed the wrong thing. There's a small, like a little buzzing sound coming from my mic, which is mildly annoying and barely audible, but it's still there. And I don't want it to be. There's some music I would listen to on this, but I doubt it's royalty free, like Kevin MacLeod. Good old Kevin. You know, Monkeys Spinning Monkeys? That song was made by Kevin MacLeod. I think I said that in the last stream. I actually think I said this earlier in the stream. But, you know, a song in pretty much every compilation video ever that you have seen from like the early or mid 2010s onward. Yeah, that's Kevin MacLeod. All you need to do is just credit him when you're doing it for, at least when you're using it for videos. Like, you have to pay to license it though, in like movies, which is understandable. I mean, like, Kevin MacLeod has so many soundtracks and whatnot. I know this looks horrible, but trust me, the other one will look better. The other one will look better. Shout out to Kevin MacLeod. I forgot they were called shoutouts. Yeah. Also, I talked about this in my last stream, but it probably got muted due to the copyrighted music. But I don't like... one thing I don't like is certain aspects of woke culture. Like, for example, I have a very strong stance on pronouns, but not for the reason you'd think. The start of literally every YouTube video ever about some controversial topic. But anyways, as I was saying, I don't like pronouns because, honestly, the thing is, when people say, oh, what are your pronouns when they first meet you, that's not what you ask. You say, hey, how are you? My name is X, and what is your name? And then you have a hearty conversation by referring to each other by name. Because usually when you're referring to someone by pronouns, you're referring to them because you're talking about them away from the group or from themselves, or referring to them in the third person, which is, if you are right beside that person, it's disrespectful when you can just refer to them by name or just point to them. Well, actually, pointing to them would probably be even worse, but it's still disrespectful in the sense that you're basically just putting yourself you're just putting yourself down to a couple of pronouns and not the person that goes by your name. Sure, some people may argue that they're not comfortable with other people using their names, which I respect and therefore would try to use some other method. That's why, I mean, like, that one thing I don't like is how people freak out when you misgender them, because more often than not, those situations are caused by somebody in the situation not having all the information, such as the person misgendering you. So, for example, what I mean is, say a foodie restaurateur that goes by they, them, and is agender goes to a restaurant and the waiter says, "Good evening, madam," or "sir," and then you say, "Oh, I actually am agender." I mean, like, yeah, that's a good tactic. But what I mean is, how am I supposed to, I mean, like, sure, you can tell them after the fact, but I mean, like, I don't know many words in the English language to refer to another individual as agender. Like, there's no what's the word, formal term for somebody who doesn't have a gender. So I have no, so because you're not going to tell me your name when you first meet me if I'm working as a staff. And formally, I'm going to refer to you by ma'am or madam or sir or Mr. And I mean, like, doctor and professor and all that stuff are all universal. But those are in professional settings rather than day-to-day activities, which is something that you would encounter where you would encounter those situations more often. Now, what the heck is that doing down there? Now, not to say that all those situations are like that, though. Of course, I recognize that there are some situations where somebody purposefully misgenders somebody because they are attempting to, I don't know, piss somebody off, which is disrespectful. Yeah, that works. Distinguished noun. I guess you could say guest. But in the line of restaurant work, like, if you're working at McDonald's, you're not going to be thinking of, oh, hello, distinguished guest. Hello, and, well, I mean, like, sure, you can say hello and welcome, which is the standard, honestly. It is it is more gender neutral, honestly, but in a professional setting, in a more professional restaurateur setting, such as a fine dining restaurant, you're more likely to say hello, madam, hello, ma'am, hello, sir, hello, mister. And yeah, because it is considered fine dining, you are you are going to be referred to formally. Now, the thing is, I don't like it when somebody gets angry over getting misgendered, because honestly, usually it's not the other person's fault. And plus, I don't like reducing people to simple pronouns, because, you're a person. You're a person with a name, and although some people may not want to share that name, either due to some beliefs or because of some other related traumas or whatever, honestly, I have no clue what's going on. I just would rather call you by name, but the thing is, some people don't like that, and I can respect that. But the thing is, I would rather call you by name because, that refers to the whole person rather than the gender, rather than the other. I'd rather refer to you as a whole person, not part of a person. That is why I don't like pronouns. And the reason I don't like being called, that's the reason I don't like it when somebody asks me by my pronouns, ask me what my pronouns are, I say, "Oh, just call me Daniel." Because if they're asking for my pronouns, that means they're going to be referring to me in the third person. And I want them to refer to me as if I'm right there. Because that's less likely to, you know... I mean, like, in my belief, in my suspicion, since I'm a little bit suspicious, I will admit that. I know people talk behind... Actually, I do know people have talked behind my back. Although it's often not true, and my friends can dispute it. It's because this one girl is a little petty. Oh my gosh, I need to fix my PNG tuber avatar. The eyes go through the glasses when I talk. That is not supposed to happen. Anyways, yeah, I do know one girl, but she had some trauma and issues, and I don't blame her. I forgive her. But she talked behind my back. Plus one other guy, but he can't really think for himself because, you know, he acts rashly and whatnot. He's a bandwagoneer. But I don't blame him either. Honestly, rookie mistakes. It's high school. What you gonna do about it? We all make mistakes like that. I mean, like, betrayal is pretty damning in terms of things that you can do, because they were my friends. And to think that they would betray me is something that I do not enjoy. Alright, I think it's pretty much done. I need to name it now. Name him now. Not name it. He is not an it. Now, if only I put in my rules for attacking that it has to stay true to the lore. And I don't want to add a wall of text right now. But later. For now, I'm just going to save this. Looks pretty good. I need to cut this part off at the bottom, which I can do with the crop tool. Right? I would assume there's a crop tool. Trim. Shear image. No, I just want to... Yeah, honestly... Now that I think about it, nobody's going to care about your wall permissions. I might as well just put scientist. You know, Damien is more akin to Courage the Cowardly Dog in terms of adventuring skills. Permute is somewhat of a mosh. I talked about this in my last stream, which only one person watched, and I probably got that conversation probably got taken down. But Damien, Permute is kind of like a mishmash of different genres, ranging from historical fantasy. No, not historical. Actually, yeah, historical fantasy. No. Historical fiction, revolving around World War II, partially. Actually, revolving around World War II, but Not really. Yeah, unfortunately, but it's okay. And it's I don't want to save it as a created document. Let's see. Anyways, as I was saying, it's a mishmash of. It's a mash of historical fiction, specifically World War II, fantasy, science fiction, and mild horror elements. And it's all of those but as a book genre, I guess it would be classified as adventure, which is strange. Also, Damien's skin color changes on the daily too because I can't be bothered to keep him the same. He's either brown or orange. I'm like, he's usually a brownish color, his skin tone at least. I'm probably going to save this as a Krita. There we go, it's saved. And I don't need this to be saved. Because I technically already downloaded it, I think. Yeah, I already exported it, I think. Let me check my file folder. If it's not there, then we'll know for sure. Yep, it looks like it was saved. And I don't really care. On my laptop, when I was testing out Krita, it didn't want to save as a .kra file, which was supposedly a .krita file, but it didn't. So I'm just going to close this. Yes, I don't. Yes, I do. No, I don't. No, wait, wait. Whatever. To think it's only 12 p.m. It's because my blinds are closed. I keep on thinking it's later in the day. I know a lot of kids in America and people online in general aren't online quite yet because they are most likely and probably still at work or at school or volunteering or whatever. So I'm probably not going to get a large viewership quite yet, but that's okay with me. Also, I'm going to set another timer for 20 minutes. Nope. I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, because I need another stretch break soon, because otherwise I'll start getting hand cramps. And I've been setting these timers frequently, supposedly every 30 minutes, to get up and stretch and whatnot, so I don't, get bad posture and things like that. Anyways. Yeah. I'm gonna do a different direction this time. I'm gonna go with a anthro character. Either an anthro or one of my birds. Which, if you've seen the birds, you know they're not that hard to draw. A bird is from the outer, what's it called? I know, I remember what I named it. I just don't remember what I named it. The other side, I think. I'm pretty sure. But and then I have permute, and then chaos, which is just chaos. It's random bullcrap. I made it. I made I made it. I made a while back, and then decided to throw into some random lore bits. Whatever. It's whatever. Actually, the interesting thing about chaos is that most of it was started from dreams. Interestingly enough. Yeah, a lot of dreams I had influenced. Hey, I don't want this size. I want it flipped. Yeah, I mean, like, there's not a lot of chaos lore. In terms of lore, but the thing is, I keep all my lore stored inside of my brain. I don't need any file device or anything, and also because I haven't gotten around to it. I mean, like, I'll definitely have all this time all summer. But not for now, so, yeah. Anyways, we're gonna... Ooh, I don't like the way that looks. Looks weird. That looks less like a pencil and more like a weird brush. It's soft. And I don't like soft things. I'm kidding, I love soft things, but you know, not in this context. Oh, that's a hair. It's not a pencil. Well, actually it is a pencil, but... I like hard pencils for blocking out shapes. And I don't really block out shapes of many things. Only if I'm really locking in, like putting in a lot of effort. No, you didn't really miss anything. Honestly, this stream is just meant for people to pop in and out of. People are definitely gonna miss a lot, considering that it's only 12:30, and I thought it was night, considering how much time I thought had passed. But you know. The only reason I think it's dark outside is because my blinds are closed. I would have my blinds open if I had bars on my windows, and I don't want people peeking in. That's the only reason I don't have my blinds open. It's because in my apartment complex, I'm the bottom floor, and yeah. Oh, I forgot that button did that. Actually I might do a dynamic pose for this one. Usually what I mean by dynamic pose is I just put somebody putting their arm on their hip, and then like putting one leg out while waving at the camera or something. Simple enough. Easy to draw, mostly because I have that pose memorized. As I say, failing to block out the shape correctly. It's a good thing blocking out shapes is so forgiving in digital art. I keep on wanting to press the undo button for blocking out shapes. I keep on thinking that, oh, it needs to be perfect, when in all reality I could just draw some more lines. That's the thing about blocking out the shapes. You just pick whatever lines you like. And if the lines happen to match up and look good together, then you're good to go. That's the one thing I don't realize. Now this is a bit of a stiffer pose, which I admit is one of my weaknesses, stiff poses. But where I lack in posing, I make up for in shading. Ignore the last art project that we just worked on. That does not count. This time, realizing that I have, let's calculate, about 7.5 more hours. I have plenty of time to, what's the word? Make art. So I shouldn't have to worry about low detail. I just need a few characters, which I can work on easily. Because I remember my characters' details by heart. Actually, let's just put his leg resting on something. This is Harold, a lesser-known character of mine, which I used to use as my persona, but I no longer have a persona. I just have a little drawing of me. As you can see, the example being on the right-hand side of your screen. Yeah, I don't really use personas anymore, and I don't think I ever will again. I don't think I classify myself as a furry anymore. More of an anthro artist, because, you know, personas are cool and not, but I'd rather be myself. I mean, like, why be anybody, oh my gosh, my ADHD is impeding my speech because I'm talking so fast. But anyways, as I was saying, why be anyone oh my gosh. Why be anybody else but myself? I mean, like, sure, it's a fun representation of yourself, but more often than not, I notice personas and whatnot are alternate people to yourself. People that you want to be, people that you see, or people that you think represent who you are as a person. Well, I think representing myself as myself is the most accurate outtake of a persona. I mean, like that. Oh, my stretch timer is up. Anyways, what I was saying is that literally is me. So how else could it be represented? I would rather be me than be represented by somebody else. Of course, people who are more shy. Because I mean, like, I took a personality test and I'm like 53%, barely above introverted. I'm slightly extroverted. But that little bit makes me, I guess, a little more... Well, of course I have self-esteem issues. Everybody has those, but what I mean is I'm capable of... I guess I have what I'd like to say is a comedian's sense of self-esteem, or whatever you want to call it. Basically, I'm capable of laughing at myself and calling myself a failure while not believing it. Well, I mean, like, partially believing it, of course. I mean, like, self-deprecating jokes are some of the most funny jokes because sometimes they're true. Well, actually, that's not true, but at the same time. Anyways, it's my stretch break. I need to go stretch and I'm probably going to get a drink of water. And yeah, for now, I'm just going to put a placeholder on screen. Yeah. Oh, hello, second person on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, I'm going to have a water break, but if you stick around, you should take a water break before you start. You know, if you ever need to go use the bathroom or anything, or get some water, or get some chips. Because this is an all-day stream. I'm streaming until 8 p.m. MST, so 8 more hours of this. And yeah, you won't miss out on much. If you just want to put it on as background music or have a conversation with me, it doesn't really matter. Just do whatever you want. Oh, I almost forgot to mute myself in OBS. You don't want to hear me. You don't want to hear me clashing and banging around my house. Looking back at it now, I just realized my PNG tuber model responds to noise even when I mute myself on OBS, which is unfortunate, but at the same time I don't really care. Also, surprisingly, hello second person on YouTube, I don't really see usernames because of the plugin I'm using on OBS. It allows me to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, but it doesn't show me usernames unless somebody says hello, and that means if you join, I cannot see your username. But it's glad to know that you stuck around compared to the other people that decided to check out the stream and just left. I mean, like, you can leave if you want. I don't really mind. Your life, your way. Just do whatever you want. Anyways, what we're doing is, if you know what the Artfight is, the annual Artfight, I don't want to mansplain it to you. If you already know it, you can definitely stop me from explaining it to you. But the annual Artfight is something that artists partake in every year. This is my first year, of course. But it's something that artists do every year, where they basically fight, quote unquote, fight each other with art. And what that entails is, well, taking the other person's characters and redrawing them. It's basically an excuse to gift other people art. That's pretty much how it's even described as well. But yeah, and you just, it's Artfight. And any artist can partake in it from any sort of level. I mean, like, this is my first year, and I'm just a cartoonist. Like, I can barely draw a tree, let alone some complex other things. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm still gonna try. Oh. And this is where the art comes in. I think that's what this stream is about, making characters so people can make attacks towards me in the Artfight. And yeah. Anyways, we were on the topic of ADHD when I last left, I think. ADHD is such a fun thing to have. I mean, like, at the same time, you're like a bullet whizzing through conversations. If you're having one-sided conversations. But if you're having I mean, like, sometimes there's the downside of, you know, not paying attention, as clearly I just showed, not paying attention to my own conversation. but there's also the downfalls of sometimes thinking too fast, or even just anxiety. It accelerates your anxiety, at least from what I know. Because those, oh my gosh, the scroll bar is just, keep on thinking the lighter side of the scroll bar is the, oh, I forgot I can just use the hand tool. What I mean is it accelerates your thoughts because in terms of thoughts, you think really fast, right? Thoughts whiz by without second consideration, depending whether you're medicated or not. But yeah, ADHD is a complex web to navigate, especially for people in our generations, or the newer generations, as I would call them, Generation Alpha and Generation Z, or Z, because I'm Canadian, whatever. But the reason they're more complex to navigate is because of all the pressures put on by social media and the internet. And I don't want to go on a whole rant that you've probably heard before about blah blah blah, insecurities, whatnot. But at some point they are true. I mean, like, you cannot deny that at some point there was this ex-high school girl who definitely felt like she was. I mean, like, I seen it in my high schools, like, where girls just, like, flat out, like, are dressing not, like, sexually, but suggestively. Like, I mean, like, that is also a personal decision, but at the same time, I understand that it is a personal decision to be more attractive, which is something that I don't really value in terms of attractiveness. Attractiveness to me is somebody who's a good person in all aspects. Well, not all aspects. You can't be a fully rounded person. Like, for me, I'm pretty hypocritical, although well aware of this hypocrisy that I say, because, you know, I am hypocritical for the joke, just to mess with people, of course. But at the same time, I'm hypocritical in the sense that I don't follow my own values, which is stupid, I know, but I mean, like, I'm trying to get better at it. Anyways, I don't value physical looks. Sure, I mean, like, somebody can be beautiful and amazing and whatever. I don't know how to rank beauty by physicality, anyways. But they can be some of the meanest people ever. And those people, honestly, just don't deserve my time. I'm like, if you're going to treat me like a piece of garbage, and yeah, sure, like, I know, like, there's, like, those internet memes, like, well, oh, God, I sound old saying internet memes. I know there's those memes and, like, brain rot and whatnot, like, oh, man, how I wish a hot goth girl or some stupid stuff like that. I wish a hot goth girl would step on me or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, no thanks. I mean, like, there's definitely some individuals that I do find attractive in terms of personality and looks, but, you know, if anything, it's not the looks that I'm after, it's the personality. Because why would you want to be in an abusive relationship with somebody who doesn't love you? This, you see, and that's a problem with breakups too. Is like, some person, I that's the problem I noticed with breakups too. It's like, some person wants to get back with X person because they thought they loved them, and they do still love them. But the fact is that it's not, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I'm trying to get at a point here I don't even fully understand. What I am saying is I just don't fall in love with people for looks. Which ties back to my original statement of me saying that people, younger generations, such as ours, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, are more insecure because of the challenges they face, such as being insecure about your body, or being insecure about your intelligence, or your capabilities, or your gender. You see, that's the thing. Expectations are placed on everybody, everywhere, all the time. The harder thing is to ignore and defeat those expectations. You see, the only reason I meet those expectations is because I like being that kind of person who is like pretty average. Sure, I can stand out and whatnot. I would love to stand out, but at the same time, it's not very safe in terms of the area I live in. What I mean is that I don't like. For example, I was wearing short shorts, jean short shorts, outside, and I was doing some shopping and whatnot, and walking around. And then some guys near a bar sitting down were catcalling me, and well, not catcalling me. They said, "Come over for something." I don't know. I don't know what they wanted, but I did not want any part of it, because you don't just call some teenager. I mean, like I look like a teenager. I'm an adult, 18 years old, but you don't just call over some teenager-looking guy for no reason. That was suspicious. So I just go out in pants now, jeans. And yeah, there is some reasons why you wouldn't want to be against the status quo, either due to safety or other concerns. Oh yeah, I forgot to set my watch timer. But yeah, but the thing is, I don't like the concerns when it comes to expectations. Like in high schools, at least in Canadian high schools, I would say at the very least, as long as you're not messing around with the wrong crowds, you're pretty safe in terms of expression. I mean, like you unless you're in a public school, or you're in a, well, actually, even public schools aren't that, it depends. It's 50-50. But at least we're not as bad at least they're not as bad as American schools from what I hear. Not necessarily all of that is true, because, you know, media can be deceitful and whatnot, and I don't know. I'm just not going to look into it. But from what I know, yeah, in high school you should be safe to express yourself. The thing is, what I mean express yourself is freedom of expression sometimes walks on a slippery slope, meaning that, sure, you can freely express who you are and who you want to be, but if you're pushing your freedom of expression, quote unquote, basically what I mean is if you're pressuring others to be something that they're not, like, for example, I knew a girl in a grade younger than me, secondhand, of course. It was one of my relatives telling me the story. A girl, she, well, it was more like a relative. I don't know. I don't want to explain the details, but I don't really care. What I mean is, I don't really care. I'm just gonna tell the story as an anecdote. What she was basically, she was just straight, you know, in terms of sexuality, she was straight. And then other girls came in and started bullying her because they said, you at least got to be bisexual, which is not how it works. Freedom of expression is the right to express yourself as you want to express yourself. Freedom of expression is not imposing other rules onto other people because it's, I don't know, the right thing to do, quote unquote. Sure, yes, it would be more, I would say, woke, but in all reality, it always comes up to the individual's decision. So if somebody is straight and they don't want to be gay or anything like that, then they are straight. You can't change that. I mean, like, sure, like, there's all those yaoi and whatnot books, but in all reality, it's not like that. I mean, like, that obviously is fiction. Maybe some of it might have happened in real life. I wouldn't doubt it. But you just can't push something onto somebody. You can't make somebody they don't want to be. And I think that stays true for everybody. So why I hate social media, especially beauty ads and whatnot, like, I particularly hate beauty products because they make insanely high expectations for an individual. Like, like, I don't expect somebody to smell like the best cologne. I don't expect somebody to be dressed in the best clothes. Like, even I don't like dressing. I don't like dressing in designer clothes. Like, the reason why designer clothes are so expensive is because you're paying for the brand. And the brand is usually right big on your chest or on your back, or it's the pattern itself. And I don't like that due to the fact that you basically become a walking and talking advertisement for whatever brand you want, or whatever brand you like, or whatever. That's why I personally choose non-branded clothing, or branded clothing that's discreet in its branding. Like, you can have an especially expensive jacket, but it doesn't look very expensive. It looks like a normal jacket. And that is pretty much, that is another term I heard before. I don't remember what it's called. I think it's called something like the quiet rich, who don't outwardly show their flashiness or whatever. I mean, like, sure, if I was rich, I would buy, of course, higher quality clothes, because I'm not stingy. But at the same time, higher quality clothes, there's this analogy that that Pirate Software made. If you know who Pirate Software is, if you probably know him by scrolling through YouTube Shorts, if your Shorts feed isn't absolutely cooked. But you might find him once in a while. Basically, he gives out all those free goody pieces of advice. And what he says on the terms of purchasing things is, don't grow to the size of your fish tank. Stay the same size. Maybe grow a little bit, because in case that fish tank, in this case, the fish tank would be the amount of money you have in your pocket on the daily, or on the daily, I guess would make more sense, or in your account that you have to spend. Do not grow to the size of your fish tank, or the size that you can spend up to. Grow a little bit, and then if the size of your fish tank shrinks, what's the word? Oh, come on. You don't get suffocated, quote unquote. I don't remember the exact analogy. You should probably search it up for yourself. I think it would be you'd probably search up something like Pirate Software fish analogy. I have no clue. But yeah, anyways, this ties back to the idea of wearing brand clothing and all those high expectations. Because, I mean, like, high expectations are just another scheme to get you to buy more things. That is one of the evils of capitalism. Not to say that I am against capitalism or anything, or that this is entirely political, because it's not political. It's emotional. It's mental. It affects everything and anything. You should not feel pressured to be something that you obviously cannot attain, because that will cause you to chase perfection, and perfection is unattainable by every standard. Therefore, don't chase perfection. And thinking that chasing perfection or being perfect will make you happy is a wrong perception to have, because you're trying to be something you're not, and blah blah blah, I keep repeating the same thing. But you know that cringe thing you might have liked 12 years ago or whatever, or that everybody called it cringe and you stopped doing it, or that stupid thing that people talk badly about because of one thing? I'm like, sure, there are a couple of things that are bad, like obviously bad things to be a fan of or whatever. I don't think I have to spell those ones out for you, but if it's like something cringe and stupid like the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or heck, I don't like Teen Titans Go. I think it's cringe. I think it's stupid. I think it stole all the show runtimes on Cartoon Network, which annoyed me. But if you like that, don't let anybody stop you. it's it's your thing. It's yours to like. It's not anybody else's to like, and you'll end up finding people that like it like you. That's the beauty of technology these days. Is despite not having everything free, we do have one thing that's free, and that's the free flow of information and communication. And I guarantee you, if you do enough searching, you'll find somebody who likes the same stuff as you, and who acts like you, and who wants to be friends with you. Although not all friends are like friends, but over the years, on my time on the good old digital metaverse, or whatever you want, I hate how I said metaverse. Ugh, Mark Zuckerberg. But the more time you spend, over my time spent on here, I've made plenty of friends. Some have faded into obscurity and I haven't talked to again, but memories sometimes still resurface. And some friends I still talk to this day. Some friends helped me through some really tough stuff. And some friends are just fun to talk to or hang out with. And I didn't even necessarily meet those friends because I was part of the same fandoms or anything. And that's the fun thing about not having expectations either. It's like, if you don't have expectations of people you should hang out with, nobody is off limits. Like, there's definitely people that you shouldn't hang out with, of course. But the thing is, everybody, in some sense or another, is... Wait, I don't actually know where I was going with everybody. But what I was saying is, you can be friends with anybody. Well, I said it again. What I'm just trying to say is, don't be afraid to be yourself. And don't be afraid to talk to people that you don't necessarily like or think are worthy of your attention, because you never know, you might end up making a new friend. Heck, I just randomly talked to people and I just ended up making friends with them. Like, heck, even my boyfriend nowadays is some random Joe Blow I met off a Roblox game, which is, I know it's crazy and I know it's insane, and oh, I hit my mic. But I mean, like, it's a real person. I have confirmed that. I have genuinely looked and confirmed that and all that good stuff. I mean, like, I don't want to go into details of it, but basically, don't have expectations of yourself, of people, or of anything you do. Unless you're trying to perfect an art, don't perfect yourself or the people that you want to hang out with. You'll end up breaking yourself in the end. So that's the entire point of what I was saying. And that is why I don't like social media. Wait, I do like social media. That's a free form of communication. What was my original sentence? I have no clue, but, you know, the moral of the story is the same. Just be yourself, and people will find you. I mean, like, that's how I met everybody. That's how I met all my friends. Did you know I play guitar? I love playing guitar. I'm just trying to make a conversation after that deep conversation. Well, it wasn't really a conversation. It was just me yapping on about all this social media and stuff and whatnot. Pretty much every generic conversation that you've ever heard, pep talk. I mean, like, sure, it's a pep talk and it's generic and whatnot. It's probably been repeated thousands and hundreds of times, but it still rings true. I mean, like, I'm just a small streamer, and I've just moved into my apartment like 2 months ago, and I know this stuff? Question mark? I don't know. But if somebody's giving you advice, they probably learn from their mistakes and are trying to teach you not to make the same ones. Anyways, back onto the topic of my guitar. I play guitar, yeah. I should probably start practicing more. I need to get into a summer schedule. But with the Artfight coming up, I'm not sure how that will fit in. I might have to do, maybe I'll start doing 6-hour, maybe 5-hour streams. But, you know, who knows? It's all a wild ride, but I'm here to enjoy it. And I don't really care where I end up, honestly. As long as I end up in a good place. Life, just let life flow. I think, what's the term? Laissez-faire, coined by the French in terms of a type of system used to govern. It was basically just capitalism run rampant, but it also applies to life in not moral aspects, in approach. No, what's in your approach to life? I guess it applies to. I mean, like, let it be isn't always the best course of action, but of course, I would. There are instances where I would definitely intervene, but not all of them are something. Not all of them are. What am I trying to say? Yeah, just let it happen. Yeah, I think it's pronounced laissez-faire. It's pronounced. It's spelt L-A-S-Z-I. No, L-A-S. I don't remember. I learned it in social studies this year or whatever. I just graduated, so I don't really care anymore. But still, some of the lessons you learn in your courses are some important lessons that you should never let go. His hand is way too big. I just noticed that. Anyways, back onto the topic of guitar. Oh wait, back on the topic of schedules. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I don't really care. I'll just talk about whatever. I guess that's how these streams will probably go. I don't really gossip or anything. I just yap. I'm not one for gossip. Like, I don't like talking about people because, like, why would I talk about people when there's so many more other interests? I messed up the line weight again. Now I have to go and readjust the line weight manually. That's a little too thin. That's still a little too thin. Because if the line weight isn't the same as the original line weight, then it'll look a little off. I got another one of those stupid Twitch advertisements from whatever those... I don't know what it is, but they're basically these bot accounts that come and comment on small streamers' account, on small streamers' streams, and they basically say, "Oh, hey, go view this on, I guess it's some website. Just don't click the link if you're watching this on Twitch." I think we all understand that. Don't go to that website. It's probably a scam, and it's most likely going to steal your money. Either your money or some other information that you should probably protect. Although I probably shouldn't have to spell that out for you, especially considering the text they use. I should probably put buzzwords. I should probably hire some moderators, actually. But yeah, no, I don't like those bot accounts, and I hate them. They're just getting free advertising for something that probably is a scam, and I don't want my viewers to get scammed. Have a good time? Yes. Have their money or their information stolen? No. Honestly, that's the thing about me. It's not about the views, or it's not about the comments. It's not even about the content. It's just about having fun. And honestly, I am having fun. I mean, like, I feel like I'm being listened to, and people are actually either watching the art or participating in the conversation, which is a rarity considering the time that's going on right now. I mean, like, what I mean by the time is the current time of day. It's like during during work hours or school hours, and that means not a lot of people can watch. But either way, any amount of viewers or any amount of people who are just listening, yeah, it's not about the money, Batman. Anybody who's just listening or just participating makes everything so much better for me. It makes me feel part of a community, even if it's a small one. And not even, I don't know. I don't think I would even fall out of favor with a big community, because, you know, every person I would cherish, because, you know, not if I get like a big community, which I doubt I will, and I don't really want one, but either way, any amount of members is welcome. You know, I feel like I'd treat every individual number as a different person. Sure, there might be bot accounts and like people purchasing, of course, other accounts and making other Gmails and emails and accounts and, you know, all that hullabaloo about fake accounts. But I like to believe that every account that follows me is an individual person and they really appreciate what I'm doing. And that makes me put every ounce of passion into what I do even more. Even though I've just started, that doesn't mean I don't have passion. And of course, passion can be driven by all sorts of things, like passion for money. You've definitely seen that in Mr. Beast. The Beast. Especially with all his merchandising and collaborations and all that stuff. That is not really passion for the art or for the work he's doing. Sure, he is doing other good work in the world, supposedly. I mean, like, it's not confirmed, but I mean, like, I do know he definitely does donate to charities and whatnot, and yeah. But there was definitely a noticeable shift in his content in terms of purpose. It just wasn't about the people anymore. It was about the money. And I don't think I want money. I just think I want people. Because people are more valuable than any dollar and any amount of money in the world. Of course, if it was a slave owner I was buying it from, I would definitely buy that slave, but to set him free, because, you know, that's not something that you just do to people. You can't put a price on a person, because a person is full of so much potential that the possibilities for a plethora of different things and stuff is endless. Also, yes, I used a bunch of P words on purpose. Yeah, anyways. That's why I really wanted to start streaming, really, and making content. It's not because I saw a good way to make money. Of course, a lot of streamers and YouTubers and content creators make good money off of this platform and off of other platforms. But it's not that I want to do that. It's because I want to make connections and I want to make people happy. I know that not everybody's going to be happy with the content. Not everybody doesn't like me. And that's okay with me, of course. Yeah, I'm not supposed to make everybody happy. But it's good to know that the few people I do make happy are happy. And that they stick around. One thing I joke about often in other social medias and whatnot is that I heaven forbid I get fan content or you know, fanfics or anything like that, because I've heard the horror stories. That was a weird pronunciation. I've heard the horror stories and whatnot from other fandoms and seen mere glimpses of art that horrified me to my very core, but at the same time, you know, it's not out of like anger or spite. I mean, like, some of it is, of course. You always have those few people that are just jealous or angry or petty, but in all reality, it usually comes from a good place, which means that I can't criticize it, but at the same time, I can't feel prejudiced about. I can't not feel prejudiced about it. I'm like, definitely, if I do get big, and I doubt I will, there'll definitely be some amazing art pieces, and I'll be proud to see those art pieces, because that means I've grown a community that is proud of the person that they grew around. And I mean, like, it's not really. I wouldn't. I mean, like, pride is a fickle term. I mean, like, it's not hubris, but it's also not bad. But I mean, like, it's, I don't know. I would rather, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I love making friendships. It's just one of my favorite things to do. And, I mean, like, not everybody in the world is a good person. Of course, you're not going to make friends with everybody, but, well, even though I can't, I'll definitely probably get my heart broken by some individuals, betrayed, hurt, all that good stuff. That's part of life. So, I mean, like, I've already had my fair share. I've already had one betrayal, but, you know, it's not anybody's fault. Well, it is people's faults, but, I mean, like, it's in the past now. I can't change it. And I don't know what's in store for the future, but, just like I said earlier, laissez-faire, let it be. Anyways, onto a lighter topic. Iced tea. Yeah, I recently just got a drink filled with iced tea. I should probably stop drinking it. I've gone through, so far, an entire big can. You know those big tins with the plastic lids? I've gone through one of those already. And I am embarrassed to say that I have. Because honestly, it's not the healthiest drink. And I don't have any sponsors or anything like that. Like, I don't even have, like, I mean, even if I wasn't sponsored, I don't have, like, those things like Air Up or whatever. I don't even know where those companies have even gone. And I don't want a sponsorship, honestly. I mean, like, an advertisement in a video is, like, unless I really like what the advertisement is selling, or I honestly think it's a good product that will benefit my viewers, I'm not going to accept that advertisement. Like, for example, Raid Shadow Legends. I'm not going to accept a sponsorship deal by those guys, because they send out sponsorship deals like they're, I don't know, pieces of paper. I guess that's what money is, really. But it's not because Raid Shadow Legends isn't a good game. You know how I can tell that? Because they need sponsorships. And usually games that need sponsorships are giving out sponsorships because because not enough people are playing their game. And usually that comes down to one of two things. The game isn't widely known, which is not the case for Raid Shadow Legends, or the game is, well, it's not a good game, like Raid Shadow Legends. I would especially not think it's a good game because in the advertisements and trailers and multiple, sponsorship they have put in videos, you can see that there's a lot of gambling involved. And I don't support gambling in video games for a good reason. You know, the largest demographic of people who play video games, especially mobile games, are younger audiences, such as children or teens and whatnot. Now, of course, they have other games that they can play that aren't always gambling. I mean, like, I played the Battle Cats, and it wasn't entirely gambling, but of course, it was gambling still. So I realized that, and I'm like, no, I'm not playing this anymore. So I deleted it off my phone. And Roblox is especially bad for gambling. Gambling is a staple of Roblox. Although that's not to say every game has gambling. A lot of games, unfortunately, do. And it's actually even like front page games. And I loved Roblox. I grew up with the game. But unfortunately, to see it fall to such depths is a little disappointing. But it is good to know that Roblox is making a comeback in terms of indie games. But the thing is, like, if you've played Roblox ever, Pet Simulator, I think Pet Simulator is one of the most notorious games for gambling, along with Soul's RNG, which is pretty much, it literally is, from what I gleaned from the little bit of footage and the trailers and, well, not the trailers, well, actually the trailers, I don't know. What I gleaned from it is it's just glorified gambling. Actually, all those games are. Pet Simulator, all that stuff. Like, some of the Pet Simulator games did have actual gameplay, which I commend, but then they switched to gambling. And you know who is attracted by those cute little, quote-unquote, furballs of joy? Kids. They see the bright colors, they see all the flashy noises and the satisfying noises, and they play the games, which is not something they should be doing because, as I said, those games promote gambling. And who's the most susceptible to gambling? Just, well, you guessed it, kids. And I just don't like it. I don't like gambling in video games. Unless it's like something like COD, because then Call of Duty has kind of gone into the dumps recently in terms of gameplay and, well, everything. But I don't really care for it. I mean, like, the older games are good for sure. But anyways, yeah. And a gambling addiction at a young age, actually anything at a young age, any addiction at a young age is hard to stop. I mean, like, I used to be a thief, like a petty thief, of course, not a full-fledged thief. I didn't go around breaking into homes or anything, but I admit I was not a flawless kid either. And it took me like a whole 8 years to stop that. Because, well, not entirely my fault. Actually, no. Well, actually, kind of. It's a long story, but basically, I stole because I didn't know how to stop it. I literally didn't know how to stop stealing. And I also didn't know that I was allowed to ask for things, either. Because I was afraid to ask. Which is common among many people. But, anyways, yeah, I used to steal things like chocolate bars and candies and sometimes even small electronics. Like laser pointers and whatnot. Not like big things, of course. And, I didn't always get away with it. Because, you know, at that young age, you typically don't get away with anything. Unless you're absolutely insane in terms of intelligence level. Which most kids aren't. Yeah. But yeah, that was an addiction, and it was hard to crack. Let me tell you, I got in so much trouble with my foster parents that I'm glad they were so firm and stubborn. I guess no wait, not stubborn. I guess I'm glad they were so firm with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been turned into this great individual I am now. Although, it's not to say I still have a lot of learning to do. Like, for example, taking care of myself rather than impulse buying, because I impulse buy, and I don't have that much money for groceries nowadays. But I have enough food, so I don't have to worry about that much until winter comes. Anyways, yeah. That's why I know for a fact that gambling at a young age is not a good thing to do. Now, of course, there's all the memes and the jokes and whatnot of people saying, great, he's starting at a young age. Yeah, it's good until it's not. Now, gambling addictions are some of the hardest addictions to crack, along with smoking. And even my parents were smokers. Some of my brothers were smokers, too. And I have 5 of them. Yeah. Now, addictions at young ages are difficult to crack. I already said that before. But gambling is one of the worst because, I mean, like, sure, smoking, like, slowly kills you, which is definitely bad. It's not to say that it isn't bad, but honestly, you can get driven to worse depths, losing all your money in a casino because you played Pet Simulator 99 as a kid. Now, not to say that every kid who plays Pet Simulator 99 is going to get an addiction, but if you've noticed, those types of games, or any game that has any sort of rolls or crate drops or whatever, always have some sort of satisfying sounds and, method to say, oh, you won the prize. Like, congratulations. I understand it on a psychological level, though. And it's pretty much casino logic. The bright flashing noise, the bright flashing symbols and the satisfying noises and all that stuff make you want to gamble even further. You see, I've weeded that part out of my brain. Unless it's something for the joke, I don't gamble. If it's for a joke, I'll do it. Like, let's go gambling! But, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, it's kind of hardwired into your brain. Basically, dopamine response, etc., etc. Yeah, then you get an addiction, and you want to do more, and all that good stuff. And, well, actually, it's not all good stuff. I just say that as a term. I learned from my foster parents. But, yeah, just don't play those types of games. That's why I don't like games like Raid Shadow Legends or sponsorships from those types of games. Now, there are definitely some games that I would love to get a sponsorship from. Like, that's why anytime I'm looking into something, I usually always look into something, depending on what it is. I'm like, I didn't realize until now that I needed to credit some of the royalty-free music, so I couldn't get copyrighted claims due to the common law, or the common... I don't remember what the act was, but it was some law made. But I didn't realize that, and then my last stream, if you go back to it on Twitch, which depends if you can find it there, but basically, a lot of the video is muted out, and I took down the last video of the stream off of YouTube because I didn't want that one getting a copyright strike on it. But yeah, just... it's a good idea to do research, yeah. But I know there are some things that I would accept some sponsorships from, like some products, like, I guess, well, yeah, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, that would make a lot of sense. But, I'm trying to remember. there is some, I don't know, specific products that do benefit a viewer I would sponsor. Like, I agree that some games are like some games and some sponsorships oversaturate and people don't want to play it. Like, for example, War Thunder. A lot of people, if you've heard of War Thunder, which you probably have, due to the copious amounts of sponsorships it had, but if you've also heard of War Thunder, it is also responsible for the, those, have you ever heard of those people who, basically what happened was there was people who leaked official government files because they wanted those, things. That means they're passionate about the game, yeah, but I don't know why I was going on the side tangent, but yeah, anyways, what I was coming to is that War Thunder has a copious amount of advertisements because people don't play their game. See, you don't need sponsorships if people play your game. That's why Minecraft doesn't have many sponsorships or advertisements or anything. If you've noticed, they have actually had very minimal advertising and sponsorships. Like, sure, there's the occasional Minecraft Live event, but that is optional advertising, honestly. It's something that you don't always have to see. And that's the same with all of their other media. Sure, the Minecraft movie was heavily advertised, but that was also because they didn't want you to forget the event. I remember watching the Minecraft movie, and yeah, it was a mediocre movie. You saw a Minecraft ad the other day? Well, what I'm saying is they're not as commonplace as, especially on mobile games and whatnot, they're not as commonplace as those other ads that you see of other games, because those game companies were releasing those mobile ads, those infamous mobile ads that you see. The only reason that they need advertisements is because their games suck. And they need people to play them so they can make money. That is why anytime you see an advertisement, you typically don't want to play that game, unless the game is pretty good. Because some games do advertise because they don't get enough players, but they're pretty good games. Like, for example, actually I don't know any good examples. I've definitely seen a lot of games that looked pretty impressive, but I didn't actually get the time to look into. But, yeah. Basically, if you're watching an advertisement for your video game, just watch what they're saying in the game. Like, for example, War Thunder, always the sponsorships offer you copious and overly insane amounts of rewards for if you're an old player or a new player or whatever, for joining and downloading it off Steam and whatnot. And, I have a feeling that if you are getting such rewards, that means many other players are either way higher level above you and therefore not fun to play against, or something else that I just don't trust it. I mean, like, I played War Thunder once. It is insanely fun. But the reason I don't play it anymore is because it's incredibly, and I mean incredibly, grindy. Meaning you have to grind for hours, days, weeks. You have to play that game pretty much nonstop to get good stuff. Unless you were playing in the early days or whatever, you're not going to get anything. And I don't support grindy games either, because some of them are just not fun. Like, there's definitely fun grindy games, like, I guess, I can't think of any. But yeah, you get my point. Anyways, back to the art. Back to the arting, where we art, and we just like to like art. Yeah. I just got distracted by all these side tangents and conversations. I don't know, it's this music in the background that just makes me really want to talk about stuff. I have no clue. But the reason I also talk is because, if I don't talk, then there's no Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, Stardew Valley is a grindy game, but it is fun because the reason it's fun is it's engaging. You can have a super incredibly grindy game that's not engaging at all. And those games are simply just garbage. Now, some games do it well. Like, for example, there's a game on Roblox that I loved playing. Which, it is stupid of me to bring up Roblox, but trust me, Roblox has some fun games, and especially since most of those games that you can play for free, there's no point in really... the only monetization that Roblox people get is from merch and, game passes. Some of those game passes are incredibly overpowered, but if done right, a game pass will help you in the game in an even way. Now, some players want incredibly overpowered game passes because they suck at the game and they don't want to waste the time and minimal effort that it would take to level up or get better at the game. For example, a game I like to play, as I'm going to go back to, it's called Airship Assault. Now, at first, this game is incredibly annoying because you have a bolt-action rifle. Basically, every time you shoot the bolt, you have to pull it back to eject the chamber and the bullet jacket, basically meaning every time you fire the gun, you have to stop for a second to shoot another bullet, which is incredibly slow. But, you see, you don't need to use necessarily the rifle. You can also use your pistol. And the pistol, while inaccurate, has semi-automatic functions and is good for close quarters combat. Now, you have taken into account that you have 3 classes that you can play as in the game, which all have their own levels and stuff, and the fact that you can increase the amount of levels you can gain and objects that you can gain because you get directives, and the fact that you get every time you do something significant, even just as simple as repairing a wall. Yeah, repairing a wall. You get a small amount of experience points. Now, even though it's small, it's still something. Now, in the game, I have played it quite a lot because it is addictive, and also on top of that, the community is actually surprisingly non-toxic. Like, as in, they won't rub it in your face unless they're jerks. And even then, most people are, not jerks. What I mean by that is everybody says good game at the end of the game. And those who are really salty about it usually get kicked because because people don't like that person. I got kicked once because I was I was actually being too salty. And usually my level of salt is very mild. Mostly because I like to troll. Not like troll, but more like just kind of rage bait players. I guess that would be the correct term nowadays. But anyways, yeah, the community is incredibly kind and whatnot. And yeah, one of my favorite things to do after every game is to say, incredibly well played. Especially even if I lose, sometimes one of my favorite things to say is, you played well. And if we win, sometimes I say you had us on the ropes. And if we win by a mile, I'll just say GG because there's nothing I can do to make them feel better about that. There's literally nothing you can do to make someone feel better. Oh, what did I do? About losing wildly. And while sometimes the team balance is not all correct, that doesn't mean it's insanely fun. Not insanely fun. Well, sure, there are some glaring issues, such as some of the unlocks and some of the level unlocks. The thing is, it's not meant to be played in one go. It's not meant to be played you have immediately unlocked everything. It's more like a casual. No, that's what it is. It's a casual game. It's meant to be played casually. Like every once in a while, you come on and hop on and play a game or a round or two, and the rounds are incredibly long, so you have plenty of time, especially with the unique variety of rounds. Now, this is pretty much a sponsorship, but trust me, I'm going somewhere with this. Basically, it's one of those games that it's a grindy game for if you want to get good unlocks, all the lore and whatnot, then it becomes a grindy game. But at its very core, it's not a grindy game. It's just a casual shooter. Like, sure, you have your average tryhards and whatnot, but I mean, like, if you look at if you press tab or if you look at the leaderboard, most of the players that you're playing against are either first levels with no rank at all or very low ranks. Heck, I don't even have a very high rank, mostly because I'm bad at PvP. But the feeling of shooting down a plane and seeing it roll out of the sky, or heck, just, destroying a boiler successfully, which I have never done in my entire career of playing that game because I'm so bad at PvP, is incredibly rewarding. And they feel rewarding too, especially with knocking down planes, which, especially if you're not in another plane or if you're new to the plane controls, you really have no chance of doing. But every time you do something, you get that dopamine reward, except it's not for gambling, it's for doing something right. And, therefore, it incentivizes you to play better. But it doesn't force you to. That is what, at the core of its very nature, it is not meant to be taken entirely seriously. Sure, it has some serious aspects like lore, guns, and implications of stuff, but it's just a fun game to play. And you shouldn't let your gamer try-hard experiences try to take away from that. It's something, that's the thing about gaming. It's not something that you should do because you want to be the best at it, or you want to collect all of X or all of Y. It should be, I want to have fun, and I'm going to do that. And that's why I like it. It's not forcing you to be good. It's not telling you to get better. But every time you do something good, it rewards you. And that reward is just enough to keep you playing a little bit longer. But since the matches are so long, you can drop out any time, and you won't feel like you're letting down your team. Because, and the incredible amount of different ways to play too. Raider, you basically are the saboteur of the enemy team. Pilot, basically you just pilot a plane, which is very fun, except hard to do when you're first new at it. And still, I'm really bad at piloting planes, but at least I know where the fire rate, what's the term? It's like where my bullets are gonna go. So I can predict the path of certain planes. Although it's way easier when you're on the ground in a turret. But yeah. I mean, like, yeah. And then the crewmate, or not the crewmate, crewman. Basically, you just repair the ship and defend the ship, the airship and whatnot. And yeah. I mean, like, yeah, that's about it. Oh, I didn't set my 30-minute timer. Well, I'm going to finish coloring in this ear, and then I'll stretch a bit. But yeah. And other games like it are meant to they're basically, you're meant to be rewarded by playing well, not by spinning a wheel or paying money. That is meant to trick you to basically gamble. And paying money for a pay to win makes you basically incentivized to use money to get everywhere you want to be, and that is not something that you should do, considering that money can't buy you everything. And sure, it may solve a lot of problems, and it can solve a lot of problems, but it can't always. Anyways, I finished coloring in that ear, which means I should stretch. Alright. I can't draw all the time, otherwise you'll get the carpal tunnel, which I do not want to have in my drawing hand, because that would be not very good, honestly. But, you know, it's whatever. Well, I mean, like, it's not whatever, it's definitely something that you don't want to get. But that's why stretching out every so often is good. And to get up and get out of your chair also is good, because that means your legs don't become jelly or whatever. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna take a quick walk in my living room. Whew. Alright, we're good to go. Now, anyways, enough talk about Roblox games or whatever. I remember this originally started about me ranting about sponsorships. I guess I should talk about certain games more. There's a bunch of games that I could talk about, but I don't know any. I mean, like, the thing is, I just talk about wherever my ADHD mind leads me to, so if somebody brings something up, I'll talk about it. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with starting a conversation. I mean, like, a lot of people are afraid to, a lot of people are bad at it, but if you start a conversation by saying something, I mean, like, especially with me, who can talk on end for just about anything, because as you already have witnessed, saying something can, well, it can just, it can pretty much, oh my gosh, it decides what happens. No, I mean, like, I used to be really awkward and not say many things, like, but I was also, at the same time, I was also a deep thinker and thinking of the best time to say something, right? And, you know, that might be you too. You might be thinking, oh, I want to say something, I want to mention something, but it already passed. Now, that's why you employ this tactic I use. What I do is I say, when I'm in the middle of a conversation with some friends, I say, hey, I know I already missed the time window, but can I just say something about this or that or whatever? And then, yeah, usually my friends are like, oh yeah, whatever, it's fine. I mean, like, what I mean by it's fine is because I'm a little awkward, of course, in my wording. But, like, yeah, they don't have a problem with it. They honestly find it welcome, because for me, someone who's quiet and always thinking about what I'm going to say next, it's a rarity for me to actually add anything to the conversation, because people are talking so fast. I mean, like, when me and my friend Owen are playing, or no, not playing, when me and my friend Owen are talking together, we usually talk for long points on end, and then we stop each other saying, I want to say something right here about this and whatnot, and then we have a conversation that way. That's how it works. Now, I don't care if you bring something up from 2 weeks ago or a minute ago. I'll talk about whatever. And, I mean, like, I'm not going to judge you about what you're talking about either. I mean, like, sure, I might be a little prejudiced, but that doesn't stop me from talking about anything. I would talk about how Earth is flat and whatnot, if it means having a conversation with people. because I don't care what the conversation is as long as I get to have some input on it. I'm a good listener, but a good talker as well, and I'm just repeating points. And that's what I typically tend to do when I've run out of ideas. I repeat points, as you already have noticed, and I also repeat words because I ran out of things to say, and then the reason I keep yapping and talking is because nobody's adding anything to the conversation, which means I don't have anything to talk about, which means I just try to fill up the empty void with something that's on my mind or that I'm talking about or whatever. And it usually works. I know in certain situations it hasn't always worked. But it depends on the situation. Anyways, I have spent so much time yapping that I have forgotten to work on the actual drawing itself. Oh yeah, those ref sheets for the Artfight. Yeah, I was just yapping so much that I was just having a grand old time, and then I'm like, oh wait a minute, I have stuff to do. See, that's the thing about being I think that's one of the things, caveats. Is the term a caveat? I think that's one of the drawbacks of being a small streamer. You like to interact with your community, and you get held up in doing what you're doing, and doing things. I broke. You get caught up in You get caught up in getting involved with your community, which isn't a bad thing, but it does prevent you from doing certain things that you should be doing during the stream. I mean, like, that's why I like streaming anyways. It gives me the good ability of multitasking, which is beneficial for a multitude of reasons, which I think you already know, like you can do multiple things at once. That one was pretty self-explanatory, and I feel like I mansplained it, but, you know, I'm just trying to fill the void of nothingness. Yeah, multitasking can be pretty difficult. It does take practice. But I can partially do multitasking. Like, I can sing and play the guitar very basically, but it's subpar. I can only strum up and down. And then I get lost in chords. Yeah, and since I'm ADHD, multitasking is also hard because, you know, being ADHD, you hyperfocus. And hyperfocusing is not the best when you're trying to do two things at once, because you focus on one thing and then you forget about the other thing. Exactly what I was talking about when I was talking non-stop when I was just having my yap session. And that means I didn't get a lot of stuff done. I only colored in the hand and the head. Now, while the hand and the head are important, there are still a bunch of other parts to cover. And yeah. Also, I still do stand by this opinion that this music just makes me feel like I want to yap about something. Again, shout out to Kevin MacLeod for being the awesome person he is and making this royalty-free music. I mean, like, I'm definitely not going to be eligible or anything. I'm not going to be eligible to make money from this. But, you know, anything to lighten the mood, because, you know, my mic is very sensitive, and there's no way to avoid that. On OBS, at least, because it picks up everything. And other software applications like Discord and whatnot, it dampens the sound and blah blah blah. But that's Discord, and this is OBS. And OBS Doesn't have any of that BS. And it's not BS though, but you know what I'm saying. So that's why I mute myself when I'm going to do something, like when I'm stretching or getting a drink or whatnot. And yeah, because OBS would pick up everything. And in my past streams, I didn't mute OBS, which was a mistake. Because you can hear me dropping things and all that stuff. Also, if you're in the Discord, you also probably saw my my sound dampening setup for stopping the echoes, and it works somewhat. When I was checking back the recordings, when I was playing them, when I was looking at the past stream, the few parts where I wasn't muted because of copyright claims, I didn't have much echo. None from what I could tell, but it was somewhat helpful. I mean, like, I don't have a recording closet or anything that I could use, because the only closet I have is, well, actually I have two closets, but one of them is too small, and the other recording closet is meant for storage because I don't have much big storage. And I could use my bedroom, but then I'd be up playing games all night, and I don't want to do that. And also, I'd be stuck in my bedroom rather than out in the living room, because if I'm out in the living room, that means I have incentive to get up. Because, I mean, like, say I'm in my bedroom. I mean, like, oh, I have to walk all the way over there. And I mean, like, it's not that bad. I'm not that lazy. But what I'm saying is I just don't want to be in my bed, stuck in my bedroom all day, all morning, all night. And like, sure, certain streamers do that. But I don't want to be there simply because, I mean, like, I would think it's like taking work. Huh? Oh yeah, the chair and the fans. Yeah, that's my gaming setup. Well, that's my sound dampening setup. It's just a chair. It's some fans, and on top of it is draped a sheet. Like a sheet that you put under your, like little bed sheets. I don't remember what bed sheet is called exactly. I'm not read up on my house lore. My house lore. But, you know, it works, and that's all that matters. I mean, like, if something works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, like, I'm probably going to get either a better mic in the future when I have enough money, although this is a pretty good mic, not going to lie. Or I'm going to get some sound dampening panels and put them on the walls. But sound dampening panels are expensive. And I don't want sound dampening panels on the walls because then... Well, actually, I might just get some curtains. Like those, you know, like those curtains on those rails like in theaters? Or, not theaters. Plays? Actually, yeah, theaters, because I'm thinking of movie theaters. But like in theaters, like those big curtains, not like the big show curtains, but like those small curtains for covering stuff behind the scenes and whatnot. Like covering certain areas because, you know, that's off limits for staff, or not off limits for staff, off limits for actors. But those areas, like those types of small curtains, if I'm thinking about what I'm thinking about correctly, and then I could probably just wheel those curtains out of the way when I don't need them, and yeah. There's a lot of stuff I need to make my apartment feel like my apartment. Like, sure, I have a few little knickknacks and decorations right now, but it doesn't feel like it's lived in. But then again, it's still new. I mean, like, there's a whole lot of stuff I have yet to do. I didn't mean for that to rhyme. But, yeah. There's a lot of stuff. And home doesn't feel like home until it's lived in. I mean, like, heck, I still get heebie-jeebies thinking about monsters and stuff. Well, not like monsters, just like general paranoia because it's dark at night and you're not used to it. Yes, you know what I mean, right? Like if you're in a new place and you're going to bed and it's dark and it's late and you just kind of get that paranoid feeling. Either that's me because I've watched too much horror, or that's just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I don't really mind. I mean, like, I sleep pretty well at night, for the most part, if I get to bed on time. Which is why the stream is ending at 8 tonight. Hopefully I don't go over. But we got plenty of time to finish up this drawing. I'm definitely going to need more drawings. But this one is worth cleaning up. Mostly because it like the last drawing was very loose and whatnot, and you know, it's because I didn't really care what was going into it. Because it was just a placeholder. This is more than a placeholder. This feels like something I made with you guys. And like there's only 3 of you from what I see. 2 in YouTube and 1 in Twitch. Hello, Twitch viewer. I'm not sure if you're actually watching this. But, yeah. It feels like a community project. It feels like something I made with friends, or for friends, or, I don't know, around friends. And that gives it all the more value. I mean, like, I'm not even making that up either. It's like, that's literally the only reason why I didn't do a super quick colored, like super rough colored, rough shaded drawing. Oh, hi. Hi, 2MG, 2MJB 2077. Welcome to the chat. I was just talking about how this art project felt more like, how it felt more special because I was actually putting effort into it because of the community, and how I was like, yeah, I was drawing this with other people, whereas the last one didn't feel very special to me. But yeah. Well, I need to ban the bot, but I don't have the time. I should do that right now, actually, now that I think about it. But I hate bots. I don't have a moderator yet, and I need to set some up. I will do that as soon as I'm done cleaning up these coloring mistakes. I'm probably going to leave some of the coloring, like the coloring outside the lines. I'm not very good at this. I'm new to digital art. But you know, how's the prep going up? Pretty good. So far we've got some basic block coloring and whatnot. It's coming along, but it's, you know, it's just coming along. But, you know, I mean, like, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I mean, like, still, it has yet to be shaded. Oh my gosh, the scroll bar is messing with me. And whatnot. Ah, you're part of the Artfight too? Oh, hi. Welcome, Hazeltree. This is new. You guys... Which team are you on for the Artfight? Crystals or fossils? Dang, Oh, let's go, Team Crystals! Crystals for the win. I'm new to the Artfight, so I haven't quite yet gotten everything quite down. Like, this is my second out of the 2 OCs that I have yet. Tell them to... Yeah, what's your @ Jim? I'm just gonna call you Jim. Because I don't remember your username. I have the memory of a... I have the memory of a toothpick. Yeah, MJB. I'm gonna call you MJB. In YouTube, because I'm streaming to YouTube as well, one of my viewers wants to know your @ Okay. So his @ is capital MJB 2077. Or 277, I guess. Again, this stream isn't really meant to really be full of riveting conversation. I mean, like, sure, there was some riveting conversation, but it was all just one-sided of me yapping. Oh, yeah, yeah, it is a bit of a mouthful. MJB20077. Yeah. Anyways, this stream is pretty much just meant for you to put in the background and listen to. It's not really meant for you to just watch. I mean, like, sure, you can watch it, which I would appreciate, but I'd rather you have... Sentient Tree on YouTube said, "Fire, might drop an attack on them." Yeah, I'd rather you just put this on as background noise and go have fun doing whatever, rather than suffer through a slowly and painfully painting through this, or drawing this, as I yap on about random tangents. Go do something while you wait. Or I guess not wait, it's just go do something. Have fun. And plus, I'd rather somebody have fun than be absolutely bored out of their minds. For slowly drawing? Huh. Well, I guess it's not a speed paint. I haven't even released a speed paint. I don't think I'll ever do a speed paint, honestly. I mean, like, that requires me to go and record something separately. And being the lazy bum I am, I don't want to do that. And I also don't want to do that because it doesn't feel as connected to my viewers as it does as streaming does. And yeah. I don't like the color of those pants. It does? Well, right now I'm using Krita, whatever it's called. Don't know how to pronounce it. What is that emoji? Oh my gosh. I can't tell who that is looks maxing. But oh. Yeah, I can't draw jeans. Oh, you know what I should do for the jeans? I should do a base layer. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Do a basic layer underneath. Just solid coloring. And then I'll put a pattern brush over it. I'm using my big brain artist skills here. For the first time in this entire stream. And then I will... then I'll paint over it with another color to make it more textured. And then, yeah. I don't have a favorite dinosaur. It's kind of hard. I don't really have a favorite anything. I like a lot of things differently. All sorts of different things. But if it had to be one, I don't know a lot of different dinosaurs. I'm not very in-depth on dinosaur lore, quote-unquote lore. I have to think about that one. Oh, maybe it's the Stegosaurus. Concavinator. I gotta search that up. That probably looks really unique. I need to switch to Chrome, but you know, Sentient Tree on YouTube says Ankylosaurus. Let's see what this bad baby looks like. Oh, that's actually kind of... There's multiple pictures. Some of them are like feathers. You know, because dinosaurs are depicted having feathers, and I'll just show it to you. All this. So this kind of dinosaur? Actually, it's quite interesting now that I think about it. Yeah, I have magma. I should, you know what, that reminds me. I should probably do a magma stream where people can join in randomly via the link. That would be cool. Except I don't really have a lot of followers or anything like that at the moment. Speaking of, I also don't care if you don't follow me or just forget about me because it doesn't matter to me. Sentient Tree on YouTube says, "Oh, that looks sick." In parentheses, positive connotation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't need to have followers to have a good time. Honestly, it's just up to your content. As shown by an example by you guys, it's not really what you're doing that matters. It's who you are as a person. I mean, like, that's not what I meant, but you know, it also partially is the content. I mean, like, but it's how the person interacts with the viewers and all that stuff. It's all sorts of stuff, but I don't need to have followers. I mean, like, that's what I've been repeating this entire stream. I don't need to have followers or anything. Honestly, I'd rather you guys have more fun than me, because what I'm doing is more like a side project or something that you can put off to the side and, you know, do house chores or draw something or, you know, maybe do a puzzle, play some video games if you like that. Something that you can do so you don't feel alone or whatever. As long as you're having fun and enjoying whatever you're doing, even if it's not actively paying attention to the stream, that's all that matters to me. I mean, like, the entire point of the stream is literally just to put, as I said before, is literally just to put on as background noise. And I'd prefer if you put it on as background noise because, I mean, like, as much as I enjoy engaging with the audience, you probably have better things to do or more engaging things to do. And honestly, I respect that. I mean, like, I shouldn't keep up all your time, but it's a nice notion that you would prefer to put me on as your background. And while other streamers are more engaging and have more followers, I don't really have much in the way of anything, seeing as I'm new to the platform. But that doesn't mean I don't offer nothing. See, I love searching for small content creators in general. They're full of surprises, and often you don't know what's up their sleeve next. Now, in small terms means at least 100, at least 500 or less, in my opinion. 500 or 100 or 1,000 less. 1,000 or less, I mean. But, you know, doesn't really matter to me. I just like seeing what small content creators are doing. Now, it's an entirely, it's a wild. No wait, it's what's the term? It's random what you might get out of the bag. Sometimes searching for artists and content creators, like I'm searching you we're looking in the stream. I meant when you were lurking in Twitch, you were searching for, I don't know, Artfight streams or something, possibly. I don't know. But you might have gotten a mixed bag. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter, because you chose a streamer that's more important. Me. I'm kidding. Nah. Sometimes you come across good streamers. I mean, like, I would consider, I think a fun game would be streamer roulette. But then again, oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Man, I'm so excited for Artfight. I've never... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love attacking people. Attacking people in this context, as in making art for them. I love doing that. And I think Hazeltree here is just here for the good time. To mess around. Which is also good. A little bit of trolling never hurts. Totally ignore the knife. Oh. Will do. Keep that in mind for future reference. Sentient Tree on YouTube. I love art-based violence. Me too. Me too. Nothing like beating somebody with a meter stick. I meant nothing like making a good art piece to rival your enemies. Ignore that last statement. It never happened. It was never said. Anyways, on a lighter note, it's so hot in Canada right now. Like, I know some of you might be in California or some of those hotter states like Texas, but it is like, seeing as I'm a winter owl, or whatever the term is, I was confusing night owl with, no, wait, what am I don't know. But seeing as winter up here is getting slightly warmer, also extremely colder. Well, actually no, it stopped getting extremely cold. We got like a high of -50 last year. No wait, a low of -50 is what I meant, which was absolutely insane. And in the dead of night, during days it was like -30, it would be like -55, and you did not want to go outside during those wee hours. You would freeze everything. You would turn into a solid block of ice, and that is coming from a Canadian guy. So, yeah, just... Did I hear Discord pings? Oh. I don't know if that was me. But anyways. Yeah. And then, but I like the cold. It's better. The reason I have a pretty explicit reason for liking the cold. It's, you know, in the cold, you know, and especially during the dark winter days, because everything is darker in winter, because the sun, especially up here, the sun sets earlier and rises later. And yeah, so everything is darker, everything is colder, but the main reason I love it is because everything else seems so much warmer and brighter, and everything shines out from the bleak snow and dead trees. Well, not dead trees, but, you know, resting trees or whatever you want to call them. Leafless trees. And yeah. Also, because it means I get to wear winter gear, which I love wearing winter gear because, I don't know, something about it. I mean, like, I'm not a fashionista by any means. I don't, like, wear fashionable clothes. Heck, I wear socks and sandals for crying out loud. In terms of fashion, I'm a complete dad. But in winter, I love dressing up. I mean, like, not dressing up, but I just love winter clothes. I don't know, something about them makes a person seem more goofy and lovable. I don't know. And then also, winter is just Canada's season, honestly. It is the best season to be in Canada. Well, unless you're coming to see the wildlife. Oh. Hold up, my stretch timer has gone off, meaning I get up and stretch because I don't want to be sitting for too long. Especially drawing too long, which I have repeated multiple times. You do not want to be drawing for too long. Otherwise, you'll get carpal tunnel. And as artists, we all know and fear that term. And I hope none of you guys get carpal tunnel while doing the art fight, because that would put competition out of the way. Actually, you guys, Team Fossils, you know, Sentient Tree on YouTube, I don't think you should stretch your hand. I think if you just do it all in one go and do not take breaks or anything, you might be able to complete art pieces faster and more efficiently if you just don't take breaks, you know. Yeah. Just yeah. Take my advice. It's nothing against you. Break a leg. Well, I mean, like, you can still draw if you... I meant break a leg as in be lucky. You'll probably be very lucky if you don't take breaks. Yeah. It's not like I want to get rid of any competition. I mean, like, certainly there's still a couple of hours left before the actual art fight begins, you know, 10 more hours to be exact. In the next 30 minutes, I'll take a longer break because I'm probably going to go heat up food. I made or take like a 37-day long break. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. A month-long break should do you pretty good for the wrists and arms and all the joints you use when you're Oh. Restream, the plugin I use to stream on Twitch and YouTube, just gave me a notification. It says, "Congratulations, you've received 100 messages today with the Restream chat." So what Restream does is just basically combines the YouTube and the Twitch chat so I can see both of them at the exact same time. Although that's the reason why I don't see introductory messages, like, say, if somebody drops into the chat, I can't see that. And if somebody leaves the chat, I also can't see that. And actually, now that I think about it, I can't even see things on Twitch, such as people dropping, or people giving me subs and stuff, which is unfortunate. Yeah, if somebody... Well, I can see it, it's just that the viewer count is finicky, and it updates very slowly, so I was at one viewer count on Twitch for a while before I don't remember the other user's name. I'm so sorry. Let me check. Before Hazeltree joined the chat, it was like at least 30 seconds or maybe even a minute before it updated to show that there was 2 viewers. Heck, there might even be a bunch of other viewers that I don't see. Absolute cinema. Yeah. Yeah, viewers drop in and out like flies. Actually, that's not the right term. Viewers drop in and out like... Well, actually, yeah, Twitch is weird with view counts, but when I'm streaming with the restream, it also is weird with view counts, because it said 1 viewer the entire time, and then now it's 2. And then it doesn't make sense. How many people are in the chat on Twitch, at least from what you can see? How many views? Oh. Well, better get back to drawing, because I don't have many OCs, and this is only my second one. Since I am doing this until 8 p.m. MST, so I guess I would say 5.5 more hours. No, you didn't really miss anything. We're just talking about the view counts. That was Sentient Tree on YouTube. I need to get a 3rd monitor, but I need another HDMI to DVI input. Basically, my PC is an old PC. I'm definitely planning on upgrading it, because it's cheaper to upgrade something than to buy something new. Actually, what I meant was buy something pre-built, but you know. The only reason I need more powerful PC software is because, like, this frame rate is, while it is good, it definitely is good, it's not the best, and the quality isn't the best either. And I can't even play certain games on Roblox, of all platforms, because Roblox, yeah, well, I know, actually, you are right about that. I mean, like, if people are willing enough to do the digging on my, you know, on my straw page and go to my pixel art, which is basically my actual art profile where all my art stuff is, because I don't want to bother re-uploading. Let's hear your amazing game on Roblox. Maybe I can play it on stream, and, well, just play it on stream. If the music isn't copyrighted. Tamagotchi Plaza, the official Tamagotchi Roblox game. Like the Tamagotchi pets, like those old things from like the 80s. Well, actually, I guess they came out with new ones. It's called Mesozoico. That sounds kind of, I'm gonna be honest, that sounds kind of, it kind of sounds, what's the term? Oh my god, I hate the news tab on Bing. It's a dinosaur game. Yeah, Tamagotchi was like the 90s. Maybe, actually, I know Sentient Tree on YouTube would probably like this game. It's called Sentient Tree, if you're listening to this. I don't know if you are. It's called Mesozoico, I think. It's spelled M-E-S-O, the first 4 letters, and then Z, whatever, O-I-C-O. I know you play Roblox, don't lie to me. Well, you play Roblox. Basically, for context, Sentient Tree on YouTube is one of my friends. Maybe I'll check it out. I don't know. I'm not into dinosaurs, but I'll try to remember it. I have a funny way of forgetting things, and not what I mean is not purposely forgetting things. My brain just has Like, it literally just forgets things. Like, even in the middle of conversations. Oh, you got it. Good to know. Yeah. Also, sometimes sometimes I take off my headphones because I swear I think I hear a mousetrap go off, and I'm thinking, got one! But it's just the apartment settling and moving, like, you know, how buildings just make those noises. Or it might be a ghost. Woo! Which I heavily doubt it is. Must be the wind, yeah. The wind in the apartment. Oh, you. Just like a little comic. What's that noise? You turn the corner. Oh, wind! Oh, man. You know, like that one scene from SpongeBob where it's like, then who's flickering the lights? Or why are the lights flickering? From that old episode, it's like, and then the camera pans and it's like, oh, Nosferatu. If you've seen that clip, it's from one of the old, like, first 3 seasons. Oh man, can't believe it's just the wind. I was really hoping to ghost hunt. Oh, I didn't know Tamagotchi was that big in terms of gaming. And what I mean is I literally didn't know that Tamagotchi even had a game. Until now. Which is unfortunate, seeing that you seemingly really enjoy the game. See, for me, it's really hard to get into new things. Unless... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess a lot of Tamagotchi would be based mostly in Japan, seeing as that's where it's originated from. See, if you find my Roblox account, which I don't doubt you will, I don't doubt you won't, is what I meant to say. All you gotta do is look on my links, honestly. That is literally the easiest way to find everything about me. But yeah, I usually play. I usually play a couple of. Actually, I usually just play zombie games because I'm bad at PvP, and I suck at platforming. Actually, no, I'm not that bad at platforming. I'm not good at parkour. No, not parkour. I'm not good at obbies. They've had games on Game Boy, SNES, and N64, Saturn, PS, DS, 3DS, Wii, and now a new one on Switch. Oh, that's interesting. I guess it's because the Tamagotchi didn't really blow up in North America, considering the entire demons and Pokemon and all that stuff that occurred during that time. So, and also the popularity. I mean, like, I know it did blow up in America, but, like, there's also a bunch of, like, controversy. Because Americans love causing controversy. Do you know what BFB is by chance? No. I'm assuming it is an acronym, and if I'm wrong, then, well then, screw me. I mean, don't do that. I mean, you know what I mean. BFB is an object show, short for Battle for BFDI. Oh, I don't really know. I don't really understand the appeal of object show. I mean, like, all the power to you to find some. All the power to. What am I saying? All the power to you to find something cool and interesting that you like. but it's not really for me. I mean, like, just the whole aesthetic gives me Flash vibes. I think the original animated series was animated on Flash. I'm pretty sure. I have a feeling, a funny feeling, that it was animated on Flash, but I don't know. It's just, I guess, yeah, like with most objects, those almost its entire object is under 10 years old, at least in the intelligence department. Jeez. Well, I wouldn't know. I don't get involved with fandoms. Even the games I am a fan, quote-unquote fan of, because I don't really follow the games that I am a fan of. Like, I only follow Five Nights at Freddy's because, you know, I followed it as a kid, and I mean, like, I'm not very interested in the lore anymore. I just don't care about it. But I don't dive deep into fandoms. Like, if you've heard of the game Off, it's a JRPG. Not really JRPG, it's just a turn-based RPG. Super compelling story. Great art. Great sound design. Not very great gameplay, at least the original game. Actually, interestingly enough, you know, Undertale was inspired by Off. Toby was inspired by the game Off to make Undertale. Well, at least some of the characters and the story. Actually, they both have the same subplot, like sub-theme, if you really think about it. But in terms of audience, Off is a more mature audience. Well, actually, the original design for Papyrus's design was actually originally based off of the first major enemy of the game, Dodon, who was an absolute asshole and I hate. Just like every character in a video game. But that is the only reason why. That's the only reason why Papyrus looks like that. He doesn't act like Dodon. I mean, like, sure, he acts all showy and whatnot, but Dodon is just he literally is just a grade A asshole. But that's about it. Yeah, Security Breach is trash. A heaping garbage pile of it. Have you seen that? You know that one clip of SpongeBob where they go over that small bump in the roller coaster and it's like, ah! The only reason it's actually scary is because, well, jump scares, and you don't want to get something screaming in your face because that's going to startle you and scare you. That's not the scary part of it. I mean, sure, Ruin, from my perspective, I mean, like, I follow the games, okay, but I don't follow the lore really deep into it or for fan content. Ruin was pretty much a step up in terms of improvement. I mean, like, it wasn't without its bugs, considering it basically ran off of Security Breach. But the reason, one of my main grievances with Ruin was that the only reason why, yeah, Security Breach was just unfinished, yeah. I mean, like, they had such little time, and, like, the developer team was given so many breadcrumbs by Scott Cawthon in terms of story and whatnot, that they didn't even manage to, yeah. I mean, like, the jump button was, the only reason it was used was for, well, getting out of bounds, really. But Scott Cawthon also fed Steelwool Studios, the developer team, breadcrumbs. So, yeah. Yeah, so in terms of story, they didn't even have enough breadcrumbs to make a slice of bread. More like, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It was development hell for people. That's why when Ruin came around, I actually don't know what scope creep is, but when Ruin came around, it was significantly better in terms of quality because Scott Cawthon wasn't feeding them breadcrumbs, but also because they kind of had a handle on what they were doing and, yeah, had a direction. Security Breach is still bad, but not because it was, the thing is, it was ambitious. And you see, ambitious things that don't have a direction usually end up flaming piles of trash heaps. But it's it's usually fixable, but they couldn't fix this. It won't let me. I need to fix that. I need to. Oh my gosh. I picked some good music because despite it, I don't think you guys have noticed in the background, but it has been constantly looping 4 different tracks over and over again. But honestly, it works, and that's what I like about it. Oh yeah. Basically, let's say you say you were drawing and started with a simple sketch, then you add something to the sketch and it add and add and add. Now our sketch is giant and would take days to even start drawing line art for. And they released it with sloppy line art and poor coloring because they kept adding details that became impossible to finish in time. That is a great analogy for it, actually. I feel like you've heard that somewhere, though. Honestly, I wouldn't know where. Oh. The invite is invalid. Let me check. I have to log in. Don't worry, we have time to finish the drawing. I'll have 2 OCs, and then I'll keep on doing some OC drawings and whatnot during the streams. Who pinged me? Oh, that was my own announcement. I set the link to never expire, but I think I forgot to update the link in the recite link. So it should be... Oh, come on. It should be... Oh, come on. Where is it? Oh, invite people. There we go. No, wait. Wrong. Expire. Never... There we go. Now I'm just gonna put it in. There we go. Update links. Now it should be updated. But it's always safe to check. So I'll check it for you. Hey, it works. And I set it to never expire, so you should be able to get in. I'll know if you're in because I'll have a welcome message. Song request? I don't do song requests because the last time I played random songs, well, the video got a copyright strike. And the one thing is, I want to keep these videos for future reference. Yeah, it's not. I can't do song references unless the music is copyright royalty free, and also I'll have to do a bunch of other stuff. It's a whole mess, but I really would like to do song requests. Although next year, well, after this summer, technically this year, I am going into radio and broadcasting in post-secondary. So, if you happen to be listening to a radio station when I eventually graduate, and I am your host, there's a possibility that I could still do song requests. So, your request is not in vain. Going back to the analogy with updates, it's like they fixed up the outside line art and some of the coloring, but the core is still a complete mess. Nice. Oh, you just made it up on the spot. And the DLC has likely added an unrelated drawing to the previous one that's completely different in tone and actually tries to be a complete drawing. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. So, especially since it's put next to the other drawing. Yeah, that is a pretty good analogy if you made it up on the spot. I applaud your efforts. I guess applaud would be too much of a condescending term. I'm impressed that you came up with that. Because honestly, I wouldn't have came up with that myself. Because I don't really... most of my drawings on paper are just sketches. So, I barely do full, complete art and whatnot. This still looks weird. But I just realized why it looks weird. Because it's still not finished. Because now I have to add texturing and shading and more of that stuff. Hoo hoy boy howdy, are we in for a ride? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can't DM because I eventually lose the plot, and I'm like, sorry, what were we doing good? Well, actually, my last DMing session, last time I was a DM, everything was going great until the character just decided they wanted to go invade France. And I had no way to prepare for that. Nothing at all. And I just kind of lost my mind. I literally didn't know what to do. I didn't have anything prepared. And I mean, like, just mild context for the backgrounds and what for like the main character, for like the players. And yeah, I can't really. I need more practice in DMing. But yeah, I would agree that BSing is really easy when you've had enough practice. And I've definitely had a lot of practice. Yeah, except the thing is, I want to be story-driven. I like to be story-driven. Oh, come on, undo button, undo. Well, this is a weird pen. Look, it goes round and round and round. Yeah, I guess making stuff up on the spot would make... It's not enough texture. Oh, that is a lot of texture. I just haven't changed the color enough. Actually, it's not grainy enough. Yeah, improv helps a lot. I just need a brush that can texture. that's something, I guess. It's a little too dark. Oh, I can just change the opacity. This is my first time texturing too, so here's to hoping it'll look good. Otherwise, I just messed something up. You still can't join the Discord? Oh, maybe because, do you have a verified phone number or anything like that? Do you have a, and how long has your Discord account been made? Because I think I know what the problem is here. Because my Discord server is set as a public server. Yeah, that would be a good idea. You awakened in a strange place. As a concept, that's really easy to execute because then you basically let the players decide the story. Although for me, it's more or less the other way around. I like to decide the story, which is completely wrong in terms of perspective, but it's also hard to get rid of in terms of pet peeves. Yeah, it'd be a good idea to check if your Discord account is fully verified and whatnot, because it's a public server, and meaning you have to have all permissions. Well, not all permissions necessarily is what I mean, but, you know, all the checks and whatever the terms are. Oh, actually, that sounds a pretty good idea. The only thing is I don't have the monster manual, which prevented me from doing and executing a lot of stuff. I ended up making a lot of homebrew monsters, and they never turned out well. Well, actually, a couple of them turned out pretty funny. Like, you know, in one campaign, sorry, just a little. Actually, in my last campaign, the very last campaign I DM'd, my players came against this uniquely devised enemy I made. It was a bush. I'll take your advice into heart if I DM again. Yeah, but it was a bush, right? But it wasn't a bush. It was a monster made out of leaves. And the leaves ate other plants. Basically, it was just a glorified composting machine that just composted stuff. I mean, like, actually, no, not really. It kind of, every time it absorbed natural... Oh, my 30-minute timer is up. Anyways, I'm going to finish explaining this. And then erasing these extra bits. Basically, what it was a bush, and when it moved over natural grass or anything natural like a plant, not dirt or rock or anything like that, but plant material, it would it would accept it into its mass. Basically, it was like a slime, but for plants. If you would, like a gelatinous cube, but for plant material. If you would assume that. And it just looked like a bush, like a well-trimmed bush, although a little bit shaggy. Except it didn't have any branches or anything like that. It didn't take wood. It just took anything that was green into its mass, and yeah. And basically what happened was it would just move. It would just move. Literally, that's it. And what the players had to do was slay these things because they were scaring the cows and also eating, well, quote-unquote, eating in this context is different, but they're quote-unquote eating all the grass, which was therefore making the farmers, or the nobles, actually no, it was the farmers' cows, go hungry, and he had to get hay bales shipped in. So they had to go kill the monsters that were eating and scaring the cows at night. So they go out, and then they come across these bushes, right? They're not like, yeah, they're like bushes. But the interesting is they fall out of the trees. Like, they was late at night, right? And they're walking, and then you hear a thump. And they look, and there's a bush, right? Well, actually, no, I don't think it was late at night. I think it was late in the afternoon. But, like, they walked in the forest, and then they saw, like, they saw a bush, right? And then they saw it move, and they're like, huh. And then one of them goes stand in front of it, and it starts attacking them. You see, the gimmick was with these bush things, is that they would only attack if you got in front of them. And, yeah. So they started attacking it, and then more of them fell out of the sky. And then one of my players, he charmed one of the bushes. So now the bush, because it had relatively low intelligence with absolutely no brain whatsoever, was on the team's side. And you know what I invented this funny mechanic, so whenever it eats something also made out of plant material, it absorbs it into its mass and gains a level, depending on the size of the object. So he directed it to fight the other bushes, and it does so, but then they kind of, what you see is they kind of collide, and then a bunch of rustling of leaves, it's like a bunch of rustling of leaves, like erratically, and then some leaves go flying off, and then it gets bigger, like boom, and then they basically just fought a bunch of angry bushes. And then later in the game, they're traveling down a path to the major city, and they hear a thump, and they hear more falling of like kind of hefty, soft objects falling to the ground. And then next thing you know, they're surrounded by red bushes. And then you know what these guys do? Well, because these guys, rather than actually attacking if you get in their way, they attack on sight. So the red bushes. So they attack the players, but as soon as one's HP drops to 0, they explode into a mass of into a basically shrapnel of razor sharp leaves. That is also how they attack, and they just explode. They explode into a mass of leaves. It's hilarious. And I knocked out one of my players from an exploding bush. Yeah. But they named the bush under their control, they named it George W. Bush. Yeah. It was so stupid. Anyways, it's my stretch break, so I gotta get up, and I'm gonna make some food. I'm gonna put it in the microwave. I will be back in about I'll be back in a minute. Hold up some conversation while the microwave is microwaving, and then I will bring my food and then eat and do art and also talk. So, hold please. I might be moving a lot in and out of the background because depends on how well the microwaves, you know. But in the meantime, I will draw. Can't. Oh my God, I'm trying to speak. Just like how I always have been. Just like how I can't speak. Oh, for example, one game I DM'd in, it was a murder mystery. I told everyone they were the murderer. That actually sounds that actually sounds really fun. I want to try that out now one day. But I don't know if my friends would be willing to. It depends, because, you know, it's summer, and all the friends are out doing everything and all that stuff. So it really depends. Yeah. But in the meantime, while I'm waiting and taking the short break, you should probably go and use the bathroom and whatnot. And I don't doubt that you're not doing that already, but if you're not doing that, you should probably go do that, because I have a whole 5 more hours of drawing. Another silly one had me playing the unnamed ghost character from I Spy Spooky Mansion for the Nintendo Wii as he helped murder people for said spooky mansions. Gosh, I love D&D. It's one of the most wild games that you can play in. Actually, it's one of the most fun and wild and crazy and chaotic games that you can play. Well, I mean, like, it's not D&D, but either way, I would assume it plays like D&D, where you take turns and whatnot. I mean, like, it sounds fun, cause like improv in and of itself is insanely fun with friends. Except a lot of times, a lot of your friends don't know how to improv necessarily. Also, my microwave did. I feel like Lego Batman from that one scene from the Lego Batman movie where he puts the crab or whatever, the lobster in the microwave, and he just kind of stands and watches it. Every time I go over there, it's just like beep beep beep. I don't know what it is about microwaves. They're so stupid. Oh, that's not. I need something to give this a bit of a grainy texture. But at the same time, I want to make it look like the knees are worn out a bit. Actually, this is working really well. And I need to add other details like the... Well, actually, no, I'm just going to add shading after that. Another good example game was one where we were playing Pokemon, and my character had a joke of eating things. He ate the villain. That's some Kirby-level shenanigans right there. Alright, microwave is done. It's beef bulgogi. I don't know if any of you have ever had beef bulgogi. It's not really beef bulgogi because it doesn't have sesame seeds. Alongside a bunch of expired Wendy's, I believe. I think it was also a drug front, so the Wendy's was weed. Dang, that sounds like That sounds insane. My friends aren't that good at role-playing quite yet. See, some of them didn't have a knack for the skill, the knack for the art. You see, when I was just a youngin', I played Bloxburg and those old Roblox role-play games when I was a kid. I'm just kidding. Well, actually, I'm not kidding, but I don't like remembering that because... I don't like role-playing on Roblox. It just doesn't fit anymore. It's not two things that can go together for me anymore. I can't roleplay anywhere else either. I used to do text roleplay, which was not one of my proudest moments because I was just I don't like remembering it. And I will never do it again. But I love playing D&D and role-playing. That is one of my favorite things to do because, I don't know, there's something about getting in character and pretending to be someone that you're not. Although, I mean, like, being someone you're not is not entirely something that you want to do, but it's... Oh, hello, Miko Nico. Welcome to the... Miko Nico on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. We're just talking about D&D while I eat my dinner. Well, I'm also going to do some drawing. No, it's Miko Nico. M, like an M at the start, and then Nico. And with K's instead of C's. If you're wondering why I'm talking to somebody else, Miko, it's because I'm also streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Anyways, back to drawing. Oh, I didn't know that. MJB on Twitch says, I was making a joke because Nico Nico Duga is a Japanese video site. Oh, the more you know. No, I was pressing the wrong button. Anyways, back to D&D. D&D is an insanely entertaining game. I mean, like, there's all sorts of things that you can do. I mean, like, crazy in the store. Basically like a better YouTube in every way, but exclusively Japanese. Huh. That's interesting. Well, I can't understand it Japanese, so I can't really enjoy the perks of that. And I doubt that live dubbed versions or live subbed versions are subpar. From my experience, live dubbings and subbings are not the best. But anyways, as I was saying, what was I saying? Huh. Plight of ADHD-ness. What was I? Well, oh yeah, D&D is yeah. Oh, now I remember what I was talking about. My friend, me and my friend Smith, we call him Smitty. He not like the Canadian YouTuber, but Smitty. He basically what he does. Well, he's our DM. That's basically what it is, and yeah, that's just about it. But in the game, what happened was he one of my oh lols, I need to get on my actual account since this is my account because my account Umu. Ah, I see. All right. Well, I'll catch you later if you're leaving for the moment. Even if you are leaving forever, I don't really mind that either. That's weird. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that looks like clay. Yeah. Actually, that's good. That's good for texturing for sure, but not what I'm searching for. Why isn't that working? Oh it's a blending tool. I am... yeah, it should be. Except instead of an O... Actually, yeah, no, it's not. It's a T-O-U canned man. I don't know, because... I don't know if it's... I don't know if it looks the exact same, because... Here, I'll type it in chat. My Artfight is... 2 canned men. There we go. Now you should be set. Oh, that's still hot. I gotta let it cool. The microwave curse. Anyways, time to find out what these different brush... now my desk's hot. This blends the tool, blends it, I guess. I don't know how to use blending very well, but it's blending. It's still hot. I think this is a pixel tool. Seems that's what it does. Pixelates things. Not very well. Pixelates them to texture them, question mark? Oh no, wait, that's because it's over the texture. I realize why. I just need something to texture. These are all blending tools, I think. From what I'm seeing. Well, that's a texturing tool. That's a little soft and fuzzy. This is... oh, a little matte. Oh, actually, this might be what I need. For the jeans, at least. Oh, now my undo and post aren't working. Undo! Oh, now they're working. Thanks! That's pretty comforting. For context, MJB on Twitch said, I'll just drop a follow and attack you later. Alright. Well, I look forward to seeing it. Oh, this could work for the jeans too. I need something more grainy like sand. Wait a minute, why do I need something? Oh yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. I don't like the way that looks. But it will look good on the jeans. Not that good. I would go hunting for characters, but at the same time, I'm lazy. Hello again, Sentient Tree on YouTube. Welcome back to the stream. You didn't miss much, but what you did miss wasn't important. Oh my gosh. Dithering. This doesn't have the texture desired. This doesn't have the desired texture, but it works. Unfortunately, question mark. It's just, you know, I can't texture. Sometimes you can't even use the site for a few days. Well, noting that this is 2025 and noticing this is the year of our Lord and Savior. I'm kidding. Noticing that this is the year of 2025 and this is probably the largest turnout of art fighters in the event so far, I wouldn't be surprised if they have made a few optimizations, but at the same time, developers can be a bit finicky. Yeah, well, here's to hoping that we don't get a buggy site on the Artfight. And if you're watching because you searched up Artfight, well, they optimize every year. That would do it. Nope, that's the wrong brush. I thought I switched to a different brush. Let's see. No. Actually, that might work. Actually, yeah, that works as a seam. But actually, not a seam, but stitches. I'm putting an unnecessary amount of detail into my work. Why am I putting an unnecessary amount of detail in my work when all I should do is just shade it? Jeez Louise, I'm just adding more and more work for myself, but it's something, I guess it's because I'm passionate about it. Anyways, I probably should finish this because it's like about a couple hours more until actually, it's only a few hours until the art fight. Well, not a few hours, we have plenty of time. But what I mean is there's only a small amount of time before the art fight, and I do not want to be without an OC. So I will do as my hand intended and draw. Not well, but I will. I'm kidding. I will add shading and whatnot. Mostly because I like to add shading, and shading is fire. Anyways, yeah. So, we left off in terms of conversation. I think I was talking about just going to my microwave, talking about the Lego Batman movie because of that one scene where he microwaves a lobster. It's like, I don't know what it is about microwaves. They're kind of funny to me. You know, you just press a couple of buttons and then they make a constant humming noise. I laugh at the randomest stuff. It's stupid, but you know, it's fun. So if it's stupid fun, it's all right. Oh yeah, I forgot to put the face. What's your Artfight name? Is it your first? Yeah, it's my first year, so you probably don't know me yet. It's here. I'll type it in the YouTube chat. It's Toucaned Man with a TOU. Should send. Here we go. There we go. All right. Well, it's a good thing you're following me. It gives me targets. Targets to attack. But I mostly just I'm planning on just doing revenge. Because revenge is something I enjoy doing. Something I enjoy doing a lot. Especially in video games. There's nothing more satisfying than getting back at your enemies. Because they never see it coming. But that's just me. A whole lot of people aren't into revenge. I mean, like, I only do it because it's fun. In terms of... What I mean by fun is it's fun to do in video games and other stuff. I don't take revenge for other things in real life. You know, an eye for an eye, everyone goes blind. That old saying. And I've told my younger brother, Christopher, that so many times. Like, by gosh. The amount of times he's hit me once, and actually, the one time I've jokingly hit him. Actually, no, not the one time, but the many times I've jokingly hit him, and then he hits me back harder for no explicit reason, because he's just, you know, he's a bomb that can be ignited, or its fuse set off in a warm room. In warm bath water, actually. That's probably the best way to put it. He's very anger heavy, but mostly around me because I like to torture him, and especially since I like to torture him. Well, not torture him, like in the brotherly sense of, like, you know, piss him off and make him annoyed and whatnot. You know, nothing more fun than rage baiting between family. And I tell you, there is nothing more fun than rage baiting between family. All right, thanks, Hinke, oh, Hinkeo. I'm gonna call you Leo based on the last. All right, thanks. Whatever. Oh yeah. I just realized, for you guys still watching, I just realized that since it's 3 p.m. in where I am, and all right, see ya. That's Sentient Tree on YouTube. But since there's a couple people, well, since it's like 3 p.m. and also since work is ending and school is ending in different time zones and all that stuff, that means that there are more viewers get going. I guess that makes sense why I noticed a larger viewer counting. And also because seeing as a lot of people are searching for Artfight targets, it makes sense why I'm getting a lot of viewers. Hopefully I get these guys as returning viewers. Who knows? Maybe they like my content, maybe they don't. I don't really mind if they don't. And I don't really mind if they do, because as long as they're having fun. That's the entire thing. Unless... to be continued. Anyways, just gonna draw now. I think there's only one viewer on each stream. And I think if you guys are viewing, you're either shy, not talking, or putting it on as background noise, which I respect. Well, if you're shy or putting it on as background noise, you don't have to talk. I mean, like, that's the thing about shy people. You don't force them to talk. You let them talk when they're ready. I mean, like, nobody understands that. Like, some people say, like, why aren't you talking? Hey, are you mute or something? Or something like that. I don't know. That might be an anxiety for shy people. Which I can totally understand. But the thing is, you just gotta let them chill. You just gotta let those people chill, honestly. Let them come out of their shell, and then everything will be... what's the term? Everything will be all right. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Everything... what am I trying to say? I don't know. Oh yeah, I forgot the white... he's not just... he's also... I think it's like this. Maybe... I might just edit undo if this isn't the correct... Definitely not like that. Maybe I might play you guys a little song on my guitar if I get bored. This actually does kind of look similar to the original designs that I have of Harold. That is the character's name I'm drawing. And I'm not a furry, I am just an artist who draws furries. For context. That still doesn't look right. Oh, it's because of the other smaller eye. And also because there's no shading. Yeah, I have a long slog to go ahead of me. And I didn't set my 30-minute timer. Well, I'll set it for 20 minutes. To you two people still viewing on YouTube, I respect you. I commend you. I am bored. Whoops. Who knows, maybe I'll switch to a Roblox game. Just kidding, I won't, because I said this stream and all day today I would be doing Artfight only stuff. And if I'm going to do an objective, I'm committed to it, even if I don't want to do it. Like, for example, I did chores all day yesterday. And the day before. Well, not all day, but most of the day. Oh, that's why it looks weird, because I put the eyes on top of the whatever. You know, it's just another thing for me to worry about. Oh, wait a minute, I can just do this. Get it? But oh, that was a cringy joke. Somebody please end my suffering. Don't actually. I am not suffering. I'm having a good time. This is actually very fun. It's just that it's boring when nobody's around. I mean, like, yeah, I can talk and yap and fill the gap for anybody who's watching the VOD. Video of the stream is what I like to call it. That's not what it actually stands for. It's just video on demand stream. Or it's video on. No, it's what I'm thinking of is VODs. Basically, videos on demand. What those mean, but I like calling them videos of the stream because it's the video of the stream. And I know it's a little cringy, but it makes sense, and I'm rather cringy. So, it's respectable. Although I know when to back off. There are some instances where one individual may not interfere with the audience in a unwelcome way. We can find an example of this with Minecraft YouTubers. You see, a Minecraft YouTuber often finds and locates a small... It's a good thing I don't play Minecraft, isn't it? And it's not likely I'm going to play Minecraft on stream. Minecraft is a game that I would rather play by myself because, my Minecraft gameplay isn't very riveting. It's just me going around dying to a zombie or a skeleton or something. I don't progress the game. I don't complete the game. I don't make crazy builds. I mess around with redstone and survival. Make some interesting farms. Maybe make a house or two. Leave the world for a bit. Come back. Do some more stuff. The basic Minecraft Let's Play. I guess not really a Let's Play, it's just a normal play. There is something I'm forgetting. His glasses! That's what I'm forgetting. I knew there was something entirely off about his entire appearance. He has glasses. And without glasses, he may be unable to see, and therefore unable to perceive his surroundings and his potential attackers. Of course, he doesn't have attackers, seeing as, oh yeah, you guys don't know that lore if you're not in the know, I'm just messing. It's a good thing I made a paint layer here, but I'm not going to use it because I don't know what's on that paint layer, and if I clear it or make a mistake and erase something, I have no clue what I'm doing. Therefore, I might mess something up that is vital to this drawing, because I keep track of nothing. And that holds true for every drawing I make. Now, that looks okay, but it's not right. Because it just doesn't look like my style. It doesn't look like my style. And I don't like it. It's uncanny, it's weird, and it's stupid. And I want it to burn. But I'm going to complete this slog of a drawing anyways because I am committed to this drawing. Because I have to complete a character. I made one complete character reference. Well, not really reference, it was just a really crappy drawing of one of my characters. But I completed one of them, and yeah, it was really low quality. But it had the basic colors and basic information, but it just doesn't look right. Now, here's to hoping this will look better. I don't like those circles. I like natural circles, ones that I can draw by hand, because they fit the aesthetic. I should increase the size of this. See, there's a secret technique I use for drawing glasses that are semi-transparent and tinted. Usually I draw my glasses as blue, because, glass is associated with the color blue for some reason, and I don't understand why. It's something that eludes me, something that I cannot solve, and it's a question that burns my every waking thought within my brain, and it's something that drives me insane. I'm kidding, it's not actually. But it is something interesting. Why is the color blue, especially light sky blue, associated with glass? That is another question we will answer on another episode of Random Questions Toucan Man has been thinking up during his moments of silence. Oh, we got a second viewer on YouTube. Welcome back, or welcome if you are new to the stream. I was just yapping because there was nothing to fill the void of silence within this stream. And, you know, silence is something I just can't handle. Yeah, and also because I'm kind of getting off my meds. So my ADHD is going through the roof, so I'm talking nonstop and yada 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 yada. But if you were here because you searched Artfight, then welcome, either opponent or ally. And witness the creation of an original character. I'm kidding, it's not an actually creation. I had this original character for a while. It's just that I need to create a reference for the uploading of my characters, and I will be creating a whole bunch more over the span of this week, periodically working on one character at a time. So far, I've made 2 characters and worked on some rather low effort ref sheets. Just kidding, not low effort, but one of the characters I've made has been a little crappy quality, and in the meantime that I have been working on it, I could have possibly worked on the other character, which was really horribly made, and I admit does not really look good. But I'll make up for it with this character, who has blue glasses, because why? Who knows why the color blue is associated with associated with glasses, but it is. And it's just a nice color. Goes well with the character and his motives, except the only thing I don't like about this entire drawing is that it kind of looks off, and it's not something I enjoy. It looks like a Flash drawing. It looks like something done in Flash, and I don't like it. It does look like something done in Flash, and I hate it. It does. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It just doesn't look. It doesn't look like me. Me is not that. That is not me. I'll show you what I look like for context in the stream. I'll show you. I'll show you what I look like. I'll show you what is me. What is M. What is I am. M is me. And yeah, all right. All right. I need to find a picture of it. What? All right. I didn't notice this. I will show you who I am. I got distracted. Oh man, I'm hungry. Keep on getting distracted, and I don't like it. Let's see. Me is I is this. Oh, this is a good example of a drawing. Okay, this one. Ooh, this is a good one. See, I'm very good at traditional art, which means I'm very good at traditional art means, well, means I'm good at traditional art. But this is not me. This is not my art. This is somebody. This is a spirit that. This is a spirit or a ghost that possessed me. Here, I'll show you me. This is some of my art, and this was done on a tiny. This was done on a really tiny piece of paper, for context, and I still managed to cook with fire, or whatever the term is. See, it's a World War I era type soldier being rained on in the muddy trenches, and he looks absolutely terrified. I don't know why I sound like this, but it's just that the ADHD is taking over. And then this is one of my favorite little guys that I draw in my own art style. He's just a little winter camping guy. He's just wintering, camping. And yeah, what I just drew is not this, and not the other thing. It is just not. Like, I'll show an example of my other furry art. Or I guess you would say antler art, because I'm not really a furry. Oh my god, my stomach hurts. I have the food right in front of me too. I'm just not eating it. Look. This is a skater girl I made. A bunch of lore, whatever. I don't really remember it. But it's pretty good. I mostly work in black and white. I can't do this this is absolute bull color theory. I hate color theory. I hate texturing. I hate all of it. There's nothing more I hate in the world. I'd rather just stick with my pencils. And look at this little guy. Look at him. That is not this. That is not this. This is not that. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's upsetting me to the point that I hate it. And that it's not me. It is not me at all. It's just, ugh. It is not who I am. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I'm just gonna start a new drawing. A new silly goober drawing, because this is upsetting me. I don't want it. I don't want it to exist. This upsets me. I'm naming that the same. This upsets me when I look at it. Cause I don't like it. It just does not. It does not. It does not. No. And now I have to look at it every time I open this. It's just not me. I'm just gonna make a silly goober like I always do, and hope everything goes good, because I am not doing that shit again. I hate it. I hate it a lot. It looks like Flash garbage. And I don't want to make Flash looking garbage. It doesn't. It just doesn't. It doesn't. It just does. I don't want it. I don't like it, and I can't believe I made an abomination such as that. That is what happens when you do line work or sketch work and prep and stuff. That is the result. That is the direct result of some. No, hi. Were you just watching me go insane and getting upset about that? Hazeltree? I just don't like that drawing. It visibly makes me sick in the stomach. That or I'm hungry. But that was horrible. Looking at that gave me horrible flashbacks to Flash and Newgrounds.com. This. Because I'll show you what I just... I'll show you what I was showing. I don't think anybody was watching. But this is not me. This is old Flash. Early 2010s. That is not my art. And I can prove it to you. I am a good artist. I am a great artist because I have so many arts, and then the art is like art. I know how things work, and how other things work, and shading, and perspective. And I know how anatomies, and I can do a lot of things. But this image haunts me. I don't like looking at it. It's just not who I am as an artist. It is not a representation of my art, and putting it up for the Artfight as a character would be a discrepancy to my entire thing. This is just not. It's just not. Like, here, I'll pull up different images of what my art is. Yeah, I'm sure about that. I'm sure that's not my art. This is my art. This is what it looks like. See, this is a little guy I made. And then there's this. This is World War I. This is a World War I-esque soldier in the rain and the trenches, muddy trenches. You can see the absolute horror on his face. This is a high contrast version, practice on a tiny notebook used to practice the light and well, I guess just light and reflections, which I did an amazing job on. And then this is just a old anthro design that I had from I think it's like 6 years ago now, from an old character. This is a new character, Skater Girl. I don't know who. I don't remember. It's lore something. And then this is another anthro art I did. And then this abomination. This is not my art. I refuse to believe it is my art. I refuse it. I refuse it. It's not my art. I'm gonna create a new art. And hopefully everything will go better, because that is not who I am. It is not my... This is what happens when you do pre-work, like sketching, and rather than just getting right in, you lose your style. My style was all about the basics. Sorry, I'm eating at the same time, because I'm hungry and my stomach hurts because of that. But that is a very visibly upsetting misrepresentation of me as an artist. I'll show you who I am. I am an accomplished artist. Nope, that's the wrong color. See, no prep work, no sketching at all. Skips all that hullabaloo nonsense of the pencil work. And you get right into nitty-gritty details. It's all just line work. I mean, like, that's literally what I just do. That's how I cartoon. And looking at that flash drawing, that is haunting. That is what happens if I put actual effort into my work. That is not who I am. That is just not an artist. That is just not the artist I am. And it upsets me to think that I was able to achieve such horrifying things. The fact that I actually made such a horrifying thing. Ugh, I can't believe I was possessed by some sort of demon. And while yes, this way is slower and makes a lot of uses of the undo button, it still presents a more accurate product than whatever the heck that was. Because that was not me. That was a demon. That was a demon that possessed me. I cannot accept that art as my art. Oh, oh, what's that movie called? I don't even remember that movie. Oh my gosh, that movie is so old now. That movie is so old now. Now that I think about it. Oh my god, what was the name of it? I don't remember the name of that movie. Yeah, it had the purple guys with the purple guy. I don't know, stupid reference thrown in there. Almost Home. I know it's making a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's, not. Wasn't making a guess, but. Yeah, here we go. Right into the line work, baby. Nothing like just pure line work. Because this is art and not effort. This is A for art. The other one was E for effort. That's lower than the lowest grade you can get. That's no wait, that is well, that means it was good art. It just doesn't. It just upsets me. I don't want to lay eyes on that thing ever again. That thing was just not. That I don't want to see that thing. Here we go. We're getting into the real meat and bones. Here's where I really shine. With the tap of the undo button. Every single time I mess up. There we go. Now for the details. Just kidding. I'm just putting the nose there because why not? I need to practice my digital art a lot more, so this is a good excuse. Also, I need to take a break from using that pencil, so I'm going to eat some of my food. People are going to come back to the stream and be confused like, what? What happened to the other drawing? Where'd it go? And I'm gonna be like, yeah, I burnt that thing. I didn't like it. Didn't deserve to be alive. And it doesn't deserve to be alive. I can't believe I even saved it. I just saved it as an awful reminder of my failures and why I don't draw prep lines. Oh, you're currently trying to recover one of my your Gmails? Good luck with that. I hope you do get your Gmail, because, you know, when you have a Gmail, it's connected to so many things, and if you lose it, well, you start over. I'm gonna mute myself, because listening to chewing sounds is not the most satisfying noise. Oh man, that sucks. Because you lose your Discord. Oh man, that makes sense. And like if you lose Gmail, and then you have all the, and because like you sign in with Gmail and whatnot, and you just if you remember your username and the password, then you won't need your Gmail. But then you lose your Gmail, and then you can't check and whatnot. I don't know. I'm just trying to make conversation. I'm still eating, by the way. Alright, I'm back, baby. Yep. Time to keep on arting. I've had enough food for now. Of course, not enough, but enough to sustain me until the next checkpoint, which will be in approximately half an hour. At which point we will save our artwork and take a quick break because I have been sitting a long time and just need a break. Because I don't have a gamer chair, and because I'm sitting on a comfortable wooden chair with no backrest and an uncomfortably low screen. So yeah, I need a rest. Anyways, I'm gonna finish this art. A good artist finishes art. Unless he's not a good artist, and he constantly has a bunch of work in progresses. At which point, either he's procrastinating, unmotivated, or lazy. I am a combination of all three. You know what I hate in life? Not much, actually. There's not much I can get. There's not much that can get me angered. Of course, from the few obvious things, such as people being morons, which is totally situational. Because, of course, everybody's a moron sometimes. Yes, watch, I know I gotta get up and be active. Okay, I'm gonna finish this drawing. Or hopefully or if 30 minutes pass, not hopefully, if 30 minutes pass, I will just get up and move around and just take a break from it all. Want a break from the ads? There's not much going on in terms of interactivity, and yet this is the time when everybody's usually coming home from doing all their schoolwork and work and whatnot. I suppose people are finding last-minute enemies, or no, Artfight enemies or allies, either or. I forgot I can zoom in. What a momentous day. I have remembered something that is rudimentary. Yeah, this means that this is starting to signal near end for this segment. Yeah. Don't forget to say hi in the chat if you're new, because the plugin I use to stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time is a little bit finicky and doesn't show chat members for a long time. I mean, it doesn't show the people in the chat. You know what I mean. I hope you know what I mean. Oh, yeah. Just get into me. Ouch. What's getting to me is the back pain and the absolute agony that this wooden chair I'm sitting on is. Because it is indeed absolute agony. Nothing like the faithful chibi design that I have, that I've always carried in my back pocket for situations just like this. I'm just kidding, I've never had to use it in a situation just like this. I'm just using it because I'm tired of working on something and I just need some simple character bases to look after the, just to look at the things and the whatnot. Just I need a character. And this is gonna be my only real good one that is updated. Because the other one that I made in the previous stream is really bad and crappy and whatnot. And this, I'll just have to do. Of course, it's not super detailed and has everything about it, but it works. And if it works, don't fix it. Because it's not broken. And whatnot. Oh god, my back hurts so bad. I've been sitting all day. I really need to get a better chair. Oh my gosh, I messed it up. Do I use mouse or pen? I use pen. Well, because if I used mouse, I would be way worse of an artist. At that point, I don't even use, when I'm using a mouse, I don't even do normal sized art. I just do pixel art because dang it, like seriously, it's way easier just to pick every pixel than it is to use a mouse, because mouse is just torture. I'm not a Japanese that is kind of racist. I am not somebody who is capable. Okay, now that I said that, it makes me sound like I'm assuming, there's no way out of this without sounding racist. Okay, I am not a perfectionist or somebody who can do something really quickly and intuitively. I'm just somebody who can do something. Yeah, I kind of just, as soon as I opened up, I'm not a I kind of just ruined it for myself. I kind of slipped up, all right? It's just this back pain is killing me and I'm tired and I just need to sit down and play a video game or something, because honestly, I am so tired and my back hurts so bad. And oh my gosh, I am just, agony. Not like literal agony, but like, I can obviously stick through it. I'm still a young'un. But I mean, like, I just need a small break. So when I'm finished this, coloring it in, of course, I will just take a 30-minute or actually, I'll take an hour-long break because, boy, I need an hour-long break. Are you attending the art fight, Hazeltree? If you're not, you can also go as a spectator. It means nobody will attack you, but you can watch all the chaos unfold. I said, are you gonna join the art fight or are you gonna sit it out? I mean, like, you can still join the art fight as a spectator, and you can just sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Ah, okay. Yeah, honestly, a month-long worth of art and attacks and oh, my back. It's not something that can be taken lightly. All right, I just need to take a break right now. I cannot do this right now. I just need to sit and I just need to sit and play a video game or something like that, just to take my mind off this, because I am hurting badly and I need a better place to sit. And, no, I'm not going to doom scroll, that reduces attention span. But I am going to just put a placeholder right now, saying, doing whatever. That's too thick of a line weight. Undo. I did undo. Alright. Ay, 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 ay. So, what I'm going to do is get rid of this little guy and then just mute everything. All right. Whew, I really needed that. Just our next rest. Yeah. Well, I was 10 minutes, well, 12 minutes over, but I'm back. And seems like YouTube doesn't want to be working. Just our next rest. Yeah. Well, I was 10 minutes, well, 12 minutes over, but I'm back. And seems like YouTube doesn't want to be working. Hold on, in OBS, it's just not really working. For some reason. Now it's like, now I can't see chat or anything. Hold on, in OBS, it's just not working. Oh great, now I'm getting repeat audio. I forgot I opened it up. Hold on. The character I'm drawing right now, his name is Harold. But yeah. I can't see the YouTube chat anymore because of some stupid glitch. Which sucks. And I hate it. So now I actually have to manually check if for messages in the I have to manually look for messages in the actual YouTube because of stupid broken, I don't know what. I just don't like it. Anyways, back to drawing this little guy. Hey. Well, I definitely need to get a better chair because this hurts my legs and my back and all sorts of parts that shouldn't be hurting, but are. Alright, just get rid of that. There we go. Now for the fun part, I think. Yeah, the fun part. So we're gonna zoom in here. Forgot I locked this layer. I'm gonna go to the glasses. And yeah, I don't think any new viewers are gonna rejoin. I might. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly end the stream and then restart it because I think I've